A little bit of a stumble there, but the coin is up. The call is heads, and it's going to be another tails. So, means Milind Kumar has won the toss. Excuse me, no, it means Najib Shah's won the toss. He's finally won a toss today. I almost took it away from him. Najib, what's the plan today?
We will bat first today.
So the plan is to bat first. A couple changes to your side today?
Yes, we made some changes. Waleed out, and then the keeper, he got injured yesterday and he's not playing. And we brought opener in, Abhishek. So 3 changes in the squad today.
Well, good luck today. Finally won a toss. Hopefully today's your day to win a match.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Now I'll ask Milind Kumar to come here. Milind, had you had won the toss, what would you have done today?
We would have bowled first.
So there you go. Win-win-win again. Yesterday a win-win, today's a win-win. Tough loss yesterday in a super over. What has been the message to your boys coming back today?
Nothing. They played well. It's like whoever keeps the nerves in these situations wins. So it's like they played well. Nothing to worry. So we're looking for the positives there only.
All right, awesome. Well, good luck today, sir. That is the word from the middle. The Somerset Cavaliers, they've won the toss and have elected to bat.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. We're here at Church Street Park in the morning time. It's nice, it's hot, and we have the Somerset Cavaliers set to take on the Philadelphians. The Philadelphians losing in a heartbreaker yesterday to the Morsel Raptors. I'm Aman Patel. I'm alongside Dane Pete. Dane, I'm going to ask you about yesterday.
Was it a heartbreaker?
For them, for you, maybe just something to the heart a little bit. Talk me through what the emotions of that final over.
Yeah, it was a topsy-turvy affair. We were a bit slow in the power play, to be honest, but two experienced heads at the wicket at the end really changed the momentum at the back end, especially with the last 4 overs. I think Abiram Polisetti's innings was really good for the impetus of the run chase. But yeah, a very good win. I think the plan that I'm trying to get over to the team is to give it close results so the fans can keep coming in.
Well, it's definitely working if that is the plan. The plan for the Somerset Cavaliers, though, they won the toss. They've elected to bat first, starting this 2022 campaign 0-4. But they're going to face the likes of Liam Plunkett first up. Swing in, it's hipped over the leg side. It's just going to be a couple of bounces to the fielder for one, but still shape straight away from Liam Plunkett.
Yeah, he looked real good yesterday. Bowled a heavy ball, as we say in cricket. Bit of pace, swung the ball nicely. To the more back end of his part of his career, he's not known for bowling with a new ball as much as he did in early parts of his career. But still has it there, presented the scene quite nicely. Bowled with good pace after a long time, which is always good to see. And he brings a lot of experience to already solid Philadelphians lineup.
Yeah, very, very solid. Janoy Drysdale bowled pretty well yesterday too. In first 2 overs, just gave up 2 runs.
Yes,
showed his ability to swing the ball. And these 2 openers for the Somerset Cavaliers haven't quite fired yet here at Church Street Park. In fact,
change
at
at the
all.
top, right?
There is a change at the top.
Salik Iqbal.
Yes, Salik Iqbal is
Open.
out.
Yeah.
It is Chandrapal Hemraj and Imrul Hasib,
Yes.
the 2-man in. They also bring in another face to be in the batting lineup, Abhishek Prabhu.
Yes.
He will take the place of a Salik Iqbal.
They really need something to go their way. If you 0-4, the sort of wheels do feel like it's coming off, but anything can change in the shortest format of the game. And this is it's a tough one for them because it's an inter-conference game, so they really need to try and do something to get in.
Well, right now, Liam Plunkett's doing something special. That nip back in nearly undid Chandrapal Hemraj, who just saw his first delivery of Liam Plunkett. And how did that one miss off stump? And we saw him do this yesterday, the big swing away from the right-hander, back into the left-hander. One of my favorite balls from last night was one of the balls he bowled to Sanjay Stanley very early on,
Yes.
swinging outside the leg stump, coming back to middle. Thought Sanjay did really well to defend that one, but again, he's showing off the seam position here early in the day. Keeping the Somerset Cavaliers in a slow power play, something they don't want to have happen again. They're a team that likes to be aggressive up top, and you get them slow early, it just kind of hinders their entire innings.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they don't want to go too hard up front, especially with the ball swinging as it is, and get a couple of poles and lose a couple of poles in the power play, as they did yesterday. So they want to sort of get a solid start, not lose any wickets, so they can set up their middle order to come in and try to be aggressive.
That shape back in, catches an inside edge off the bat of Hemraj. Just one out to the vice captain, the young 19-year-old Anirudh Emmanuel, the leg spinner, who we'll see probably bowl a couple of overs later on in the innings.
Definitely the best hairstyle of minor league this year, 2022. I love it.
Absolutely, it's recognizable. You're not going to mistake
100%.
Anirudh Emmanuel out there. You see the big afro, you know exactly who it is.
Yeah, we actually, some of our MLC contracted guys worked with the under-19 group in Texas in February of 2021, I think it is. And he did not have this hairstyle. So obviously, leaving schools, he's got a bit of flair going there. I absolutely do love his hairdo. Great first over for the Philadelphians. It's 3 for no loss after the first over.
What's up, Doug? What got into you? At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
या आ तो रहे थे कुछ वही कर लेंगे.
Welcome back to Church Street Park, and from the Cedar Fork end, we're going to see Milind Kumar, skipper, come in and bowl. And a little surprising not to see a Janoy Drysdale maybe opening the bowling.
Yeah, two left-handers. I did see this coming. Milind does back himself as a bowler. His control of length is really good, so I did see this coming. Again, they looked for swing early on, but this does sort of change the complexion with Hemraj liking the ball coming on to the bat more than facing spin. So there's a bit of a nice tactical change here by the skipper.
Yeah, again, you have the two left-handers, as you mentioned. He's going to move it away, and it's very controlled in the lengths. Chandapal Hemraj getting out to spinners here at Church Street quite often, as we saw it against the Raptors and such. He goes for the big reverse sweep, big appeal, and the fingers given. Again, is the impact outside the line? The umpire said no. Always a risk when you go across the line. He's got to go. Chandapal Hemraj's woe against spin continues.
That looked pretty adjacent, to be fair. Foot straight down the middle of the pitch. Didn't bounce as much as he expected to. Hands were just slightly too high on the ball, and boom, straight in front. That's the first wicket for the Philadelphians. Hemraj goes for 2, and the Cavs are 3 for 1 after 1.2 overs.
Yeah, again, not the start they're going to look for. They're going to want their big opener to have some runs. He just hasn't had his way here at Church Street Park. It's been fairly different to what he's accustomed to, again, in New Jersey, scoring a lot of runs early this year. Just hasn't gotten into that flow yet, and that's going to bring on a new bat for them. Number 23 comes in, is going to be Xavier Marshall. Coming into bat, he's going to retain his spot at the 1 down position. Again, had a decent innings against the Atlanta Lightning yesterday. Really not the only bright spot for the Cavaliers yesterday.
Yeah, he looked good. I mean, he just went on his experience, and like I said at the start of his innings, he would like to just spend some time in the pitch just to get some rhythm going. He's a really good player, the glue of their batting lineup. So again, they would need something special from him again. Maybe a 70 runs or 45 ball kind of innings, and then hopefully their bowlers can come on to defend that. So again, an important innings for the Cavs. They're always going to rely on Xavier to do something special for their team, but a good start for the Philadelphians. This is exactly what they needed or wanted in the power play by Milind bowling himself, just to get a wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Xavier Marshall also might be the best suited to face the swing of Liam Plunkett in what we presume will be his second over following this over from Milind Kumar. But first, he's got to see out this over. Straight away attacking the stumps. Milind, he's very controlled with the length, and he's not going to give you much room to work either direction. Going to make you take a big risk, just like we saw him do against Chandapal Hemraj, saying if you miss, something's going on the stumps.
Definitely.
That time some swing in the air from Milind Kumar, releasing that one just seam up. Does do that on occasion. And is keeping a first slip in play. See if maybe that expansive drive comes out from Xavier Marshall, one he likes to play, see if he can get that outside edge to Jonathan Fu. But instead he gets the slog sweep down the ground. Fielder coming around, is going to fall just in front of Anirudh Emmanuel out in the deep, nearly wicket number 2. But Xavier Marshall having a much more positive approach straight away, not going to sit back like he did against the Atlanta Lightning. That's going to do it. 2 overs gone, 5 for the loss of 1.
còn ra số. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Liam Plunkett back into the attack, hits the deck that time, run down to third man from Imrul Hasib. So we're going to see Xavier Marshall, the ex-USA player, against Liam Plunkett, the man who's played and bowled for England in World Cups. Again, the swing that Liam Plunkett brings out, he could coax Xavier Marshall to that false drive outside the off stump and maybe edging one to the keeper or first slip, which he has in play.
Yeah, the fuller length is somewhere where you can exploit Marshall with. He likes to hang back and play the cut and pull. So the ideal length would be on the slightly fuller side for Liam to try and exploit that just there, beautifully bowled. You can get some away curl maybe, get into first slip, get into Millen's hands. But I know Liam's mindset will be nice and aggressive here to try and look for a couple of wickets, especially putting one of their best batsmen under pressure early on.
Yeah, and you can see that when it was angled back in, I think you're going to see a couple of those. He's looking for that setup just to have him expect the ball to come back in and then one just sneak out on him. He just tries to throw his hand straight through the line of. And all the skill in the world Liam Plunkett has, bringing all the experience in. This time it's fuller, straighter on the legs.
Rotation.
Absolutely, Xavier Marshall.
That's going to be key. Aman, I see the rain has shifted for an hour later thanks to my Apple iPhone weather forecast. It said there's a thunderstorm on the way, but now it's shifted from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. actually, 2 hours later. So yet again, the weather always keeping us on our toes here, because all we do need is no rain. One man that would love a break from a game is Justin Gill. He would love a night off. But there is no rain. I don't think so. It's absolutely boiling at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely boiling. Something we know about Church Street Park. It only rains after the match. Had a couple of times last year where we saw a match happen. There's rain in the forecast all day. Didn't rain, and as soon as the match last ball was bowled, the rain came down. The production crew, we had to cover everything up in some tarp because of just how much the rain was going to come down there. So again, at Church Street Park, the rain only comes after the cricket and the final delivery is done.
That's good news, because it's going to be a nice game later on. The Manhattan Yorkers cross conference against the Atlanta Lightning. Atlanta Lightning, not the Fire, Dane. They're in Houston. The Atlanta Lightning. That would be a good game. After yesterday's exploits, I thought they played a really good game of cricket. Both teams unbeaten at the moment. So oh must go, as they do say in boxing.
It's going to be an absolute blast down there, and that delivery was an absolute blast. Back of a length, hit the deck hard, and just climbed Imrul Hasib real well. But I'm absolutely ecstatic about the clash between the Lightning and the Yorkers. The Yorkers coming off a hot streak, 2-0 in their opening weekend, and of course we saw the Atlanta Lightning open their account yesterday with 200 runs here at Church Street Park. So it's going to be an absolutely fantastic, electrifying match under the lights. We know Church Street under the lights is always something special in the cards. Looking for something indeed special. That one just evades.
Beautifully bowled.
Oh, the finger was lifted. Liam Plunkett didn't even appeal. Imrul Hasib doesn't want to move, but the finger was lifted straight away. Again, Liam Plunkett had looked down, was no appeal. It was a terrific delivery.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Again, one thing the batsman would love to have is a snicker or an opportunity to challenge that dismissal, because there is no way that Liam Plunkett thought that was out. So Xavier Marshall's getting the umpires here too. Obviously not very happy with the decision, pointing and talking to the Philadelphians.
This was just a shocker because, again, Liam Plunkett didn't go up. It just looked like Mario Rampersad behind the stumps. Just put his hands up, baby, just to say, oh, what a delivery. And then Liam Plunkett turns around and the finger was raised up and he said, oh, okay, I'll take it. I didn't even ask for it.
Looks an awful decision, to be honest. Not trying to be mean in any way, but it just didn't look like a great decision. Because in my opinion, if the bowler turns away, then obviously he doesn't know there's a nick. And the umpire thought otherwise. So it is what it is. The decision's been made. In comes another batsman. And the Cavs, when it rains it pours, they are 7 for 1 after 3 overs.
He got 7 for 2, Dane. Now the second wicket fallen.
7 for 2. Sorry, yeah.
And Liam Plunkett striking very, very quickly again.
Apologies.
No one really knew if that was a wicket, but it brings out Richard Allen, who again had a good innings for them in their first week, but hasn't really found success here at Church Street Park. The task does not get easy going to face Liam Plunkett in this Philadelphians attack that's been spot on. Again, 7 runs, only 7 runs on the board, already 2 wickets down. Again, you can say what you want about the decision. The decision is final. Whatever the umpire on the field says, that's what goes. So you're going to have to start from scratch here. Xavier Marshall has to make sure he doesn't let that cloud his mind, because he was very, very verbal with the umpire, very, very animated, saying that was the wrong call. Can't try to force things now that it was the wrong call.
Like you said, the decision's been made. Unfortunately, it cannot be overturned in this particular game. And he's just got to get on with business.
Well, there's getting on with
shot.
business. Straight back down the ground, takes Milind Kumar over the top, and is going to run away for 4 runs there. 4 more to the Somerset Cavaliers total.
Great shot, knowing that his mid-on is up, so he didn't have to overhit the ball in any particular way. Milind Kumar giving him some extra length that he could work with over there, and he just popped the ball over mid-on, a couple of bounces, and into the boundary rope for 4.
This one again pitched up, this time worked down the leg side just to the short fine. Xavier Marshall wanted the run. Richard Allen wisely, I think, sends him back.
The last thing they do need now is a run out. Like I said, when it rains it pours. The last thing they do need is a run out.
Again, putting pressure on Milind Kumar, putting 2 dot balls on the Somerset Cavaliers after giving up that initial boundary. Again, if you escape the next couple of deliveries with dot balls, makes that boundary just look smaller and smaller. This one, he comes off the glove. I think it just bounced a little bit more than Xavier Marshall was ready for. He came down, was looking to push it through the leg side. Just a little jump off of the glove and just falls in no man's land.
Day 3 on this pitch, so maybe that's starting to play a role in how the pitch reacts to certain deliveries, but more inconsistency in the surface. But I thought the pitch has been played. It's been producing quite good games, consistent and pretty nicely. So it's a great piece of bowling this by Milind Kumar, getting hit for a boundary in the first ball, understanding that he bowled too full the first delivery and just dragged his length back a little bit, and it's come out beautifully.
And the pitch is helping him as well. This time though, straining down the legs, that's too easy. A boundary to start the over, and now a boundary to end it. Xavier Marshall with 2 in the over. That makes it 15 for the loss of 2 after 4.
You got jump better. Actually, it's break commercial, so it doesn't really matter.
Welcome back to Church Street Park. Liam Plunkett coming back for a 3rd over here to start off. I think the Philadelphians sense that they have the game really by its heels. They want to push this Somerset Cavaliers side over the line and get them done really under 100. We've seen a couple of innings finish under 100 already today. The Fort Lauderdale Lions, namely, going against the DC Hawks, finished 87 in their 20 overs. So the Philadelphians would love to do that here and help their run route in an interconference matchup.
The DC Hawks are 18 for 2 at the moment. A couple of strikes early on by the Fort Lauderdale Lions.
That one is deemed a wide, just a little bit too high there from Liam Plunkett. But again, a lot of interesting games going on. You can follow all those games on YouTube at MLC Network. You can also catch the live Twitter updates at MIL Cricket. That is a Twitter handle. You can look at all the Instagram reels done by Emily Reynolds. Fantastic stuff that she puts out at MILC USA on Instagram and Facebook. This one is cut on the back foot, but cannot pierce the gap. Liam Plunkett keeping the pressure on the Somerset Cavaliers side.
Good start again by the Philadelphians. They did that to us last night. They started really well in the power play. Got the ball to swing. And they did put us under pressure in the power play. But again, the biggest test will be in the middle. How they navigate their slower bowlers and make their bowling changes to sort of keep the strangle hold on the Cavs.
Yeah, I was surprised yesterday we didn't see more of Shiranshu Bhatia, who took a fifer in week one. Just bowled the one over, that being the 19th over. But again, I was shocked to not see more of him yesterday. We'll see if he's in the mix today. This one is wide outside the off stump. No fielder out in the deep. And Richard Allen is not going to miss out on that one. A lovely lofted cover shot is going to be one bounce over the rope for 4, but a much-needed boundary for the Somerset Cavaliers.
Always looking for that. You can see in his setup, it's quite compact, so he wants the ball either very short, where you can pull and cut, or really over pitch, so you can just pop the ball over wide middle. A really good shot. And Liam going back to over the wicket, sticking with the angle. But a really good shot to get his innings going.
And change the angle just for one ball, back to over. This one is pierced through the leg side. It doesn't have enough legs to go for 4. I think it does, and it will. Back-to-back boundaries for the Somerset Cavaliers. Again, change the angles a little bit straighter, but enough bat on it this time from Richard Allen to get it through mid-wicket for 4.
It's a bit of a squirt, as they call it, through the mid-wicket region. He won't obviously have a mid-wicket in because of the slip that he has in place, so that's the risk he's willing to take. And unfortunately for Liam, but fortunately for Richard Allen, getting a boundary through mid-wicket. And again, this is the risk that we speak about that they need to take in the power play. It's pointless just hanging around and trying to see out a particular bowler. Sometimes, I remember Marlon Samuel, famously saying, if you take the head of the snake, the rest will follow. So he was referring to his innings that he played against Lasith Malinga in the World Cup, T20 World Cup. He went after the big dog in Lasith Malinga, took him down, and the rest of the bowlers capitulated in that particular match.
Yeah, absolutely. If you put the strike ball under pressure, now you're thinking, well, he's the best bowler on the side. What can I do against this guy? And everyone just follows under pressure. Richard Allen just popped that one on the leg side, fell in no man's land. So we'll get the last ball of the 5th over bowled. The last ball of the 5th over bowled to Xavier Marshall. Again, this would be a huge wicket here for Liam Plunkett. I presume this will be his last one. I think he'll save one for the back end of the
As you can see, sorry Aman, there's a field change going again. Millen going back into slip, which shows the mentality of how they want to use Liam Plunkett in this particular game and in their campaign. He's a strike bowler and that's what they want him to do. So they'll rather give away a boundary, but if they get a wicket, it's all good and well.
Nearly one there. It was an inside edge. It's going to just score it away through the leg side for 1. So that's going to do it. 5 overs gone. 26 for the loss of 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट में क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Kremagore into the attack. So And Xavier Marshall wanted one. Richard Allen had shut down the shot pretty early. Probably one on offer, but he said no very, very quickly and stood his ground.
It's an old saying in cricket, never run on a missed field, and I think Richard Allen took that quite seriously. So he was always looking to rotate the strike. And that you can see as experienced cricketers, you always want to be looking to rotate the strike and get on with it. So you can see how he tries to bat. If there's a ball in his zone, he'll look to take it on, but not quite there. You can see how relaxed his hands are, trying to manipulate the ball into space to get off the strike to keep the rotation going. He understands that because he has a left-hander as his batting partner, so the left-hand, right-hand combination really does change things for the bowling side.
Yeah, Kareem Agor very flat through the air. I would like him to be just a touch, give it a touch more flight on it, but he played for the USA, and again, part of that USA side that had Hayden Walsh Jr. and himself from the island of Antigua, so he's a very good cricketer, very good in the field. He's going to be looking to take one wicket here. He keeps things very, very tight and just dares you to do everything else. You know, very used to playing on AstroTurf and cement wickets, which that's kind of what you have to do. He's not going to search for wickets, just going to search for dot balls. That time just allowing Richard Allen to step out onto the front foot and defend.
A couple of changes that Kareem has made, I can see. He's starting to get more over the top of the ball, but still with a good pace, which sometimes does help on a turf pitch. As you can see there, he is going nicely over the top. Oh, it's a good effort by Milind Kumar, but a very good shot by Richard Allen. He's looking real good today. Playing with a bit more freedom as compared to the last 2 days. So he's looking real good at the moment. Just what the team needs. Understanding the ball spinning into him, so the safer shot will always be from long on all the way around down to deep mid wicket, which creates a better angle for him to hit the ball down into.
Yeah, again, he's a free-flowing player. Once he gets going, he's very hard to stop. Had a good innings for them last week, and they're going to need him to continue to play. That I'm just taking advantage of a little bit of flight offered from Kareem Agor. I think it was just a touch too full. This time was much quicker, much flatter through the air, and it's going to squirt through the leg side off a bottom edge. It's going to fly past the man at fine leg for 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries for Richard Allen.
Just looked like Karima gave a bit of length to Richard Allen, being popped over his head the previous ball, just dropped his length back slightly, and Richard was all over that. Knowing that the deep square's in and the 45 is in the ring, any kind of bat in the air on the ground is going to be 4. Knowing that Karima does bowl with a bit of extra pace, will always be easy. Let's see how he closes this out.
This time more flight on offer, and it's just over the top of the infield. There's going to be another 4 to finish this one off. I think there's still going to be another delivery bowled. No, that was the final delivery of the over. Again, Richard Allen sensed a little bit of width, and he just sent it straight back. A brilliant shot, and that is going to do it for the 6th over. Make that 41 for the loss of 2 after 6.
See?
Welcome back to the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. We are here at Church Street Park where the Philadelphians are taking on the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. The power play has ended, 6 overs gone, 41 for the loss of 2 are the Somerset Cavaliers after opting to bat first after winning the toss. And now Janoy Drysdale, who was brilliant in his first 2 overs yesterday against the Marshall Raptors, just gave up 2 runs from those 2 overs in the power play. He is into the attack, taking on Xavier Marshall. Full straight, and it's worked through the leg side. Is it going to beat the man there? No, not enough bat on it, but it is going to be enough for 2.
I think, Aman, for his first 3 overs he was really good, to be honest. I just think that he went to the Yorker ploy too early in that last over with his fine leg and square leg up. I thought he would still continue to bowl length, but again, it's a risk you're willing to take, and that's what we spoke to Kez before his final, the super over. I just told him, back yourself to bowl length, because all evening that was the hardest ball to hit. So I thought Drysdale was exceptionally good all day yesterday. Bowled with good pace, swung the ball, and a nice prospect for the Philadelphians.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see him hit the deck hard, and when he was given the new ball, he was able to make some movement away from the right-hander. Why he was so difficult to face off of that length makes you decide what you want to do very, very early, and once you commit to that, there's really nowhere else to go.
No, definitely. I mean, again, I keep saying this, but it's an important part of the game for both teams. The Cavs ending the power play quite strong, and now that's the next phase of the game. The Philadelphians will be looking to either contain for a couple of overs or look to strike, as we heard Liam Plunkett shouting. 50 for 4 boys, which means a double strike in any time of the game will really push the team back.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Xavier Marshall just put one over to the leg side. You get a double strike here, then you're already 2 down if you're the Cavaliers. You go to 4, and it's not the deepest of batting lineups. Yes, you have some hitters in the back, but you want to be able to preserve them for the later stages of the game. You really expose that lower middle order quickly, and it could just really go downhill and heading on to 0-5 if you were to lose 2 right now. I think that one might have hit the ground before carrying to Mario Ramprasad, so there was no decision, no appeal even, and the umpire kept the finger down this time instead of when we had Imran in the middle, and he gave that caught behind, which is going to draw controversy. Always seems to be some controversy when the Cavaliers are out there.
Always. Yesterday, I still can't get over. I actually rewatched the 5-run penalty or whatever they call it. Incredible decision.
So I actually did talk to Vijay Malala afterwards. He said from his point of view, he saw that the fielder had collected the ball and then had elected to flick it back. And once you collect it and you flick it, those are counted as overthrows. And this time Drysdale's gone through him, angled in, no swing away, just kept going on the crash onto middle stump. And he's getting praise here from Dane Pete because that was a lovely ball that snuck through the gate of Xavier Marshall.
That's a fantastic delivery. Good, hard 4-day length, as we call it in cricket, and just nipped back and exposed Xavier Marshall's gap between the bat and pad and crashing into the middle and off stump. He gets rewarded maybe a day late, but Janoy Drysdale getting rewarded a day later for his efforts that he put into his 5th over in 2 days. But I think he really deserves that, and thankfully it wasn't against us, but against the Cavs, as Xavier Marshall leaves for just checking his score for 17 of 19 deliveries, and the Cavaliers are now 45 for 3 after 7 overs.
Still 1 ball to go here in the 7th over, and it's going to be Taha Warich, who's going to get to see him for the first time here at Church Street Park. Hasn't played in the first 2 matches and was brought on because of the injury to Pranav Rao, the young wicketkeeper bat. Taha Warich did play in the first week, if I'm not mistaken. We'll confirm that for you in a minute. But again, Taha Warich, he's someone who can come in the middle order and likes to hit around. Has not played a match yet, but he plays at nearly a 90-100 strike rate when he is out there in the bat. So it's his first look of minor league cricket here, and it's going to be at Church Street Park, and it's in a spot of bother for the Somerset Cavaliers. Again, 3 down. You're in 7 overs, and Drysdale is just in through his first over, so he still has overs to go Plunkett has an over to go. Milind Kumar has overs. Kareem Agor's only bowled 1. Still no sign of Shiranshu Bhatia, who took 5 last week. So the bowling attack, who's been very potent, still has a lot of options. So here we go, final delivery of the 7th. Angled in just a little bit higher than Taha Warch would have liked it. That's going to do it. 7 overs gone, 45 for the loss of 3.
तो तुमने कैसे चढ़ दिया तुमको समझ नहीं आई जोक करो लेकिन पर्सनल जोक नहीं करो सही है हमने करने लग गए तो आप उतर आओगे नीचे
Welcome back to Church Street Park. Milind Kumar back into the attack. Bowler delivery to Richard Allen. He's going to see Taha Warich now. Again, Milind's been very, very good today. Hit for a couple of boundaries though by Xavier Marshall, but he's no longer here. So Somerset Cavaliers going to have to rebuild. Again, a spot of all. They're 46. And they're 8th over here. 3 wickets down. That's the bigger number because they're exposing that middle order fairly quickly. This time worked through the leg side here from Taha Warich. They're going to push for 2. Some aggressive running. Is he going to make it? I don't think that was the ball that hit the stumps, rather the hands of Milind Kumar. Had he collected, I think that we would have seen Richard Allen in trouble. But a very good decision there from the umpire. Definitely the hands of Milind Kumar.
But a good piece of fielding by young Yash. Got to the ball nice and quick. Flung it into the stumps. A direct hit would have been real close. But again, a decision that would have been interesting to see for the umpire to make it.
It was nice and simple for him. I think that's what he's going to want it to be. This one ends up being a single.
Milind Kumar not happy with. I think most players around the world would not be happy with that kind of fielding. Just giving him a death stare to Derek Ryan. Still the stare looking at him. I know a couple of choice words that will be used.
Very intense, very animated character, Milind Kumar, when he's on the field. We saw it yesterday under the lights. He's going to let you know what he thinks. And again, it's just the aggression that he brings into the side for the Philadelphians as the captain. Again, there's different ranges of captains, whether you have the calmer voices or the more aggressive voices. Milind Kumar definitely on the more aggressive side. As this one's pulled with an aggressive shot, and it is going to beat the man out there at deep mid-wicket. Well placed there from Richard Allen. He's finding a rhythm and gets a 4 here at Church Street Park.
Great shot. I've loved the tempo that Richard Allen's been batting with today. It's been fantastic to see. He's really counter-attacking for the Cavaliers, and he hasn't slowed down. They're going at 6.4 to the over at the moment, which is awesome to see. Again, perfect cricket, a boundary hit. Next ball is a decent ball by Milind Kumar, but he still gets to rotate the strike. It's the end of the 8th over. The Cavaliers are 54 for 3.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
क्राउड है ना ये देखो.
Welcome back to Church Street Park here in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. None of the games that you'll watch here during holiday weekend, July 4th weekend, will be possible without the aforementioned sponsors and our official sponsor, Dafa News. You can catch all the action on all the social media platforms, whether it's YouTube to catch the other games at MLC Network. If you want to go catch the live Twitter updates, you can go to @MIL Cricket. And the Instagram and Facebook handles are @MILCUSA. And you can catch everything going on in the world of minor league cricket. Right now it's Shanoy Drysdale angling it in to Richard Allen. Now he's going to get to see Taha Warich. And I think this is the matchup he's going to want, just the angle he creates back into the right-hander.
Definitely.
Sneaking one through.
Definitely. This is the matchup. We spoke about matchups yesterday. This is the matchup where you'll be really interested in. And you would want the right-hander on strike. Again, he only faced one delivery from him, so you'll be looking to batter that off stump out the ground. Definitely looking to batter the off stump out the ground. What I would love to see from Drysdale is a bouncer first up, just to peg him back, and then look to knock the poles over. So it's going to be an interesting challenge, this one, but again, exciting to see the outcome of it.
Well, he does have a lot of pace. If he does go to that bouncer, could rise up on Warich.
There
He does
we
go.
go.
Danny's heard you here from the commentary box. He goes with the bouncer, deemed a legal delivery by the umpires. So let's see.
Thankfully, I've played the game for a bit and I knew what was coming. Always a fan of a bouncer first up to a new batsman, just trying to peg him back, especially in the shorter format of the game. I just feel like a lot of the fast bowlers don't use their bouncer early on, especially to a guy that's that's just come in. So you sort of peg him back and then look to knock his poles over. What I would love here is a ball just to hit the top of off stump, just the bail to be clipped off. That's the perfect setup to getting him out.
Well, let's see if he listens to part two. That time stayed back of a length. It was outside the off stump. It just rose on Taha Warich, but still again, so the opportunity to now present one a little bit fuller and just get him slacking on the back foot.
I love Drysdale's energy. I remember him playing for the Cavs last year in the Eastern Conference matchup. And he bowled quite a heavy ball. Yes, it was an Astro, but the ball did come through quite nicely. That's all we want to see, you know.
Yeah, presents a lot of energy both with the ball and in the field. There was the attempted fuller one, but it was well too full down the leg side. Definitely missed what he was going for. I think he wanted to go for that toe-crushing Yorker after two short ones. Just missed his line there, and they're able to sneak off for a single.
Yes, a ball too late in my opinion. If it was directed slightly better, it would have knocked his poles over. But looking over my right shoulder, I see Smith Patel. He was involved in quite a hectic car crash a couple of months ago. Good to see him on his feet. The captain of the Manhattan Yorkers last season. But good to see him. Good to see him out here supporting minor league cricket at Church Street Park out in North Carolina.
Yeah, absolutely. The Manhattan Yorkers will face their first game here at Church Street Park tonight and play the Morsel Raptors tomorrow. So just getting a little bit of a feel how the wicket's playing, what the outfield is looking like. Again, short. This time Richard Allen picks him up, and it's well over the top of the man at backward square leg. No chance for young Anirudh Emmanuel. Richard Allen's got all of that one and sends it over for 6. And that'll do it for the 9th over. The score reads 62 for the loss of 3.
वो ऑफ किया हुआ है ना, ओवर हो गया। नहीं लेकिन कैमरा तो पकड़ता है। खैर वो कमर्शियल और कर दूं? ओके।
Welcome back to Church Street Park here. As you're going to see a change in the bowling as this one's chipped up into the air in no man's land. The new man into bowl. We'll get you his name in a second. Looks like it is going to be Chiranshu Bhatia. The man who took 5 wickets last week. Only bowled the 1 over yesterday, bowled the 19th, bowled decently well, and surprised he wasn't given more an opportunity to bowl, especially after having that 5-wicket haul. Felt like he earned the opportunity to bowl in those middle periods of the game where he's so good because he just kind of keeps it for those Raptors fans like what Aditya Badala, Rohan Phadke do. Keep it on to stumps, kind of cut it around every now and again, and just make you do something different with the bat. Richard Allen, though, he's in full flow. 36 off of 16. He's striking it with a 225 strike rate, 5 4s, 2 6s to his name. So this is the prize wicket at the moment. You get Richard Allen, and again, you can keep putting the Somerset Cavaliers on the back foot. He's batted so well all throughout the tournament. Can Bhatia get the prize wicket here? This one's punched straight back down the ground. Fielder making his way over, and he is going to be able to save at least 2 runs there. They're going to scamper back for a double, but again, you saw the ploy from Chiranshu Bhatia. He's just going to keep it a little bit slower. He's just going to dare you to play anywhere else across the ground. Took a lot of wickets against left-handers when they played the New England Eagles, the Philadelphians. Whenever a left-hander came in, he was able to get all right onto stumps, that angle back in. You can see he gets very wide of the crease and slams it back in. Again, Richard Allen's got to be careful. Can't throw his wicket away, but got to continue to score. This one, Fuller, slower, right on stumps. And it had Richard Allen try to do something across the line and missed. Would have gone straight onto wickets, and you can see him practicing that shot, but it was a good decision because of the slower delivery. Ran his fingers over it. Again, it's a very hot day out here, and it's not going to be easy to be out there for a very long time. They got some water as they were looking for the ball that was slapped from Richard Allen. As this one slapped back towards the Shiloh end, the fielder's there, but it won't matter. He's got a big bat, he's got a lot of power, and he gets it over. It's going to hit the empty bleacher there, but it is going to be a big 6 there from Richard Allen. Again, striking the ball so well. Another big time shot here from Richard Allen. Just a touch too full, touch too wide, and a touch too easy for Richard Allen. Again, been such good nick. And just having a look at the ball, it slammed straight onto that bleacher. The umpire, Alvin Barnett, seemed content with how the ball looked. See everyone looking for some shade. And he's the one who found the ball. This one is slapped over the top of point and is going to run away for 4 runs. Anirudh Emanuel was at backward point. Wasn't able to quite get up there. And runs all the way for 4. So he was not Anirudh Emanuel. But we're going to see that one slide over the ground for 4 runs. Again, Richard Allen, he's in full flow at the moment. Cutting the ball, striking it straight down the ground with a great pull shot. Can you give him any bit of width? He's going to take advantage of it. If you're about to get back to keeping it on stumps, slow it down, make him generate all the power. Again, Bhatia took 5 wickets, was hit early on, but was able to get back into the match against New England. Can he get back into the match against Somerset? He goes short, it's cut, this time in front of Anirudh Emanuel, but just to the man out in the deep at sweeper cover. He's just going to keep it to 1, a brilliant throw back in. Again, a rather expensive over, 76 for the loss of 3 after 10.
We can talk about the weather here. Alright? They can talk about the weather here. Let's go over to the weather stuff right here.
Welcome back to Church Street Park here. Richard Allen
Great innings.
gets to his 50. It's been a quick fire one, just off 22 deliveries. We saw some brilliant pulls, some cut shots straight back down the ground. He's really kept the Somerset Cavaliers in this match, and they're going to need him to bat not just for another couple of overs, but maybe go to 100 to give themselves a fighting chance.
Definitely. A bowling change, Aman, Jonathan Fu into the attack. Possibly his first over of the minor league. Decent bowler. Loads of experience. Again, control of length is immaculate, so this is what Milind Kumar would like to have in the attack.
Taha Warriors just smartly working it to the leg side, looking for singles, not really the double. Wasn't on offer. And Jonathan Fu, more known for what he did closing matches off last year.
Which he did to me. Out in, where was that, in Jersey, I think we played at?
Yep.
16 off the last over. I got absolutely hammered for 16 with a ball to spare.
Yeah, back-to-back sixes to finish it off in that match. I remember the reel, one of my favorite reels all of last year.
Yeah.
I did a little knife, throw to the knife
Yeah,
celebration.
I saw that, yeah. Yeah, I saw that. Played well, he timed his innings beautifully. Took wickets in a regular interval. He really went after the spinners. But played beautifully.
He's been brought on to just get a couple of quick overs in and slow things down. Shraddha Bhatia was very expensive in his first over, giving up a couple of boundaries, and they just want to change the pace up on these two bats who just feel a little bit set at the moment and didn't want to go to Kareem Agor for an unknown reason.
Yeah, interesting decision by Milind Kumar. Probably just trying to figure out some combinations for later on in the competition, knowing what. I think his nickname's the Cheetah, right? Kareem Agor, the way he runs, and giving the Cheetah a bit of a break today.
Very, very quick in the field, very, very quick through the air, just an absolute athlete. Definitely the definition of one. Flied it upwards, sends it over the leg side, aerial for a moment, but lands safely, just for one.
But I think the decision comes from the way that Richard Allen played him in the power play, that last over of the power play. He played with a lot of intent, and that's why he sort of, as Milind's kept away from bowling Kareem Agor. And that's the end of the 11th over. The New Jersey Stallions are 80 for 3.
ऐसे ग्राउंड दिखाना तो कहाँ से प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता।
Welcome back to Church Street Park. You're going to see Taha Ward slap one back down the ground against Shraddha Bhatia. Again, around the ground, you have some Philadelphians supporters out there, a couple members of the Manhattan Yorkers, as we mentioned earlier. Not a lot of this crowd coming in. Again, it's so hot out here. The clouds in the sky make it look like the Toy Story wallpaper. It doesn't feel like Toy Story at the moment. It feels like we're right on the surface of the sun. Again, it's beating down. None of these clouds somehow are in front of the sun. The sun has its own clear valley to beam down on us here.
Some good news for later on. The thunderstorm keeps shifting away. There's a drop of 10 degrees though by 5 p.m. So hopefully that will lure the fans to come in and watch the Lightning against the Manhattan Yorkers.
Yeah, day-night games here in Church Street.
Yeah.
Always packed.
Always go to the last ball too.
That's just the way it seems. The Manhattan Yorkers were a part of one of those last year that went down to the final over, as this one slowed down from Shraddha Bhatia, and I think that's where you kind of want to be. I would be more towards the stumps there, but slowing things down, give a lot of pace to Richard Allen, which he was just able to use to send over the boundary rope. Keep things slower. You have a great slower
Definitely. Smart bowling. Identifying that Richard Allen likes the pace on the ball. He's gone to the slow ball, as we saw earlier, cutting and pulling the ball pretty well when the pace is on the ball. So they're going to a tactic where taking pace of the ball is probably the best option.
Well, this time Richard Allen didn't quite get a pace on it. Was just able to slap it down. Should just be kept at 2, and it is just kept at 2 on a flick this time.
Definitely on a legal flick. That's a flick, right?
That was definitely a flick. No questions about it.
Good piece of fielding by Syed Abdullah out there. Better known as Tank in the local cricketers' minds, and very good cricketer. Good piece of fielding. Rides the boundaries pretty well, and that is a legal piece of fielding. That has only resulted in 2 runs.
No 5-off overthrows that time. Bhatia comes back in, again hits the deck hard, and it's just going to be slapped down for 1. Again, he's angling it back into Richard Allen, not giving him quite as much width to cut and keeping it slow so he can't just work it around the leg side. And again, this is the man you want on strike. You want to see the most of Taha Warich if you're the Philadelphians, just because of how good Richard Allen has been.
Yes. Smart bowling. As the number 23 says there, Chiru must be his nickname, right?
Yeah, his nickname Chiru. Again, Chiranshu Bhatia is his full name. Another slower one.
Stick to Chiru. A wide ball? Wow.
Not sure about that one there. To me, it looked like it was in the line. I thought he just rode it quite well, but the umpire felt differently.
Me too. It's quite a significant blue line there to give an illustration to a wide. Look pretty okay from my point of view, but again, thankfully then I'm not the umpire standing 22 yards away.
This time it's a full toss, but only going to be worked down the ground for 1. It does mean you're going to see Richard Allen get another delivery in the over.
This is a couple of dead overs here. This is exactly what the Philadelphians want. Not dead in the sense of getting maidens, but lots of ones, lot of rotation of strike, which definitely slows down the tempo of the game, which will sort of frustrate the guy that, like Richard Allen, has been batting at a strike rate of well over 200 at some stages. It's bang on 200 now with 54 of 27. So this is exactly what the Philadelphians would want. And hopefully there he makes a mistake, but no, he continues with his onslaught. Roshni, the media girl for the Philadelphians, having to jump off the bleacher there, the cheap seats right at the back of the bleacher, as you can see there, jumping off out the way. An absolutely fantastic cricket shot to end off the over for the New Jersey Cavaliers. They moved to 91 for 3 after 12 overs.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Welcome back to Church Street Park, here the site of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship
Presented by
Sunoco. There you go. Dane's heard me say it enough. He's getting in on the action, and so is Jonathan Fu. Richard Allen trying to go into out, not really able to connect there. Just gets 1. But again, Taha Warich has done a good enough job rotating strike that you feel at least confident that he's not going to soak up those dot balls.
It's a bit of relief from us now for the clouds thankfully coming over and covering the sun for a little bit. It's looking fantastic, the Toy Story background. You were a bit too young for Toy Story. You was probably born when Toy Story 3 came out, right?
I think you're just a little bit discounting my age there, Dane. But What was it? 1996 was the first Toy Story release.
96.
I was born 7 years after that initial release.
I was 6 years old though, the first one, so I was all over Toy Story.
Don't worry, I was
the same year as Bad Boys. The first Bad Boys movie came out.
There you
too.
go,
yeah,
with Will Smith and company.
Yeah.
Got my introduction to Bad Boys with Bad Boys, the new one that they came
Exactly.
out with the remake.
that would be your one too, yeah. I mean, our WhatsApp group, the boys were putting in their date of birth, and I was like, wow. I put mine in 1990. That one Fat Kid comes in 2000 and something. And I was like, wow, this is unbelievable. I'm getting old.
It feels weird. Now I'm seeing kids in 5th and 6th grade born in 2010, 11. It makes me feel a little bit older now. So, again, that's what this minor league cricket's all about, influencing youth and mixing them into this whole format. As you see, Tahaward's trying to run one down at the third man. And Jonathan Fu's been productive here for the Philadelphians. Again, been very tight, not giving the Cavaliers the opportunity to really take advantage of him. Again, he's already through his second over, just one ball to go from it. He's only given up 8 runs, so exactly what they were looking for here in the middle. And it'll be 1 to end the 13th over. And at the end of 13, the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, they're 97 for the loss of 3.
How about the one on my side?
Here we are in the 14th over. So you're going to see Kareem Agor back into the attack. Just bowled a 1 over before this one. And again, has a left-hander and a right-hander. So now he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Richard Allen.
He's played really well today. I've been really impressed. He's caught up with the tempo of the game straight away. This is a favourable matchup for him. KG going with the 3-point tactic that has developed or has evolved in the game of T20 cricket. 3 points with a deep extra cover out, so he's going to be kind of smart here, trying to protect the square boundaries.
This time it was pulled from Richard Allen. He was tempting him to try to cut it into one of those 3 points, but he just worked it into the leg side. Going to just pick up 1, and we're going to see Taha Warts back on strike.
I think Millen's really marshaled his troops pretty well here, knowing that they don't have a couple of wickets, but he's made bowling changes to sort of stem the flow of runs, knowing that there's the pitch is playing pretty well, but he's made bowling changes sort of to stem the flow of runs, and hopefully a couple of dot balls stop the game, you know.
Well, here's a chance of a run out, and it is going to be one. A confusion between Taha Warts and Richard Allen. Taha Warts just chipped one to basically at the edge of the square. Richard Allen thought it was one. He just kept going. Taha Warts never responded to the call, and Kareem Agor gets one of the easiest runouts of his career. That's the 4th wicket down for the Cavaliers.
I don't think they were watching Willow TV last night, though, the old Richard Allen. Not seeing Kareem Agor's pace to the ball. That was an unbelievable piece of fielding. Good awareness by the young Kareem Agor to get across to the ball and just clip the bail off the stumps. But not an ideal time to lose a wicket for the Cavaliers, as Warwick walks off the field, as the Cavaliers are 99 for 4 after 13.3 overs.
Yeah, and it breaks a good partnership that was building up for him. He was able just to work the singles around, and now you got to find a way to restart. And again, Richard Allen, he's been in good nick, but everyone else has just been failing, and you had one guy just able to hold down one end, but he goes off as well, so they're going to have to find some new guys to come in. Presumably the new bat would be an Abhishek Prabhu. But we will get the confirmation to you. And if I got to find a way to just get another guy to rotate. Salik Iqbal, yeah. And it is going to be Salik Iqbal coming in. Again, open the batting for them.
Push down the order.
Yeah, much down the order, opening the batting in the first couple games here at
Bowled
Church
him
Street
an
Park.
absolute pie in the first ball of the game. Bowled a full toss. Shocking bowling.
Richard Allen
continues.
Richard Allen gets it going. Again, he's not going to slow down for anybody. That's a 4 down the ground. Got it from the back foot very, very quickly and just worked it around the corner. Able to get it away from the field around the deep on the leg side for 4.
You did mention it a little bit earlier for Kareem Agor just to change his pace a little bit. You'd like to see that. I would like that too against a guy that's really coming at the ball kind of hard. So hopefully the ball just stopping the pitch, going across it straight up in the air. But again, easier said than done over here, right?
That time he did slow it down, offered more flight. It was wide outside the off stump, and he was able to slap it down the ground for just 1. But yes, much easier said than done. That's why I'm here and you're out there most days, because it's much easier said than done.
Yes, but it's easier, yeah, definitely easier, yeah. You can say things and you don't have to do it actually, you just say it out here.
Again, Dane, that's why I'm here and you're the captain of the Raptors, and I'm here with Babar Bhai, part of the
way we've been finishing off games. I'd rather be here. A couple of grey hairs added after every game that we play, but it's a lot of fun. For the love of the game. Joined here by Smith Patel behind us. Good to see him here. The Manhattan Yorker superstar opening batsman.
And that is going to do it here for the 14th over. After 14, the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers have moved past 100. Welcome back to Church Street Park here at the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. None of the matches that you're seeing all throughout the weekend would be possible without the aforementioned sponsors and the official sponsor, DAFA News. Jonathan Fu going to continue bowling his 3rd over. He's only given up 10 runs in his first 2. And he's bowling to Richard Allen. Again, this is the man who's created a lot of problems for the Philadelphians. Really the only problem, the thorn in the side of the Philadelphians today. And there's the top edge you're looking for, Dane. It was slower in the air, and Mario Rampersad never going to make a mistake. Easiest catch of the day, and Jonathan Fu, he delivers the big breakthrough.
Perfect timing for the Philadelphians. Milind Kumar will be really, really happy with that breakthrough. Again, change of pace, slightly short of a length. Richard Allen trying to force it away. Not happy with his dismissal. He played a fantastic innings for the Cavaliers. Loads of impetus, loads of flair. He leaves for 67 off 33 deliveries. A great little innings for the Cavaliers. They now move to 106 for 5 after 14.2 overs.
And this becomes the problem here for the Somerset Cavaliers. He gave you a great foundation, but that score of 148, that seemed very much attainable. You could have pushed to 160. Now you're going to have 2 brand new bats in the middle. Salik Iqbal more than capable.
But it's Iron Man.
And it is Iron Man. It is going to be Umaid Asif. Can he be enough to carry them over the line and put up a total they can bowl at? Again, he was undone by maybe a controversial run-out call. I thought he was in from my vantage point, but again, no vantage point better than what the umpire is seeing at square leg. But he's a big, tall man. He likes to hit the ball. He's a big creamer of it. I see him in the PSL hit a couple of big shots, so once he gets some pace on, he can take it back. He's got Jonathan Fu first up.
I'd love to see him strike a few. He's known to be quite a striker of the cricket ball. I'd love to see him just come in and play a nice innings here for the small crowd that's turned out and for the viewers back home. He's a tall, lanky man, nice reach. So he can just flow his hands through a couple of balls, just popped him over the boundary. It'll be nice for the game, and it'll give him something to bowl at in the end.
Absolutely, he's going to try to give himself anything to bowl at. There is no long on or cow corner. And just
Touch.
uses the 1 to 3rd
Great
man.
touch by the long man.
Yeah, grace on that shot there. He's going to get a couple of runs from it.
Look for the 3rd, surely. That's good
Yeah.
running. Awesome.
There you go, Dane. You said it. Look for the 3rd, and they did just that. The Somerset Cavaliers, one criticism has been made is that they're running between the wickets. A little bit lackluster there. Very attentive, very alert to the situation, and they're able to get 3 straight up.
Great start there for my new favorite cricketer in the Iron Man. The tall Pakistani opening bowler. Great touch and good start to his innings.
A little bit of extra bounce there for Jonathan Fu. You saw Salek Iqbal ready to pounce on the back foot. But that one just jumped on him more than he thought it was going to. So it's going to be held to a dot ball after 3 runs.
Salek Iqbal looks a good striker of the cricket ball. He just needs something to go his way. As all of us do in this game of cricket.
Yes, the expression goes, you'd rather be lucky than good, because you need the luck on your side at times. Jonathan Fu hesitated for a moment while it's in the air. It was sliced up. It's not going to get to the boundary, and they're going to go and push for 2. Again, maybe had they run that first one a touch harder, 3 could have been on offer, but it is going to be 2, and they'll take 2. Jonathan Fu standing in kind of stunned disbelief. I'm not sure who he
was
thought.
wanting Yash, the young Yash, to chase the ball too because of his angle. But again, the experienced guys, I know sometimes I do get a bit grumpy in the field, where I do shout at the fielder. Not shout, just, try to get my point across. But yeah, it was always 2. No matter what, there was always 2.
As this one is cut away, and it is going to find young Yash out there in the deep. He's going to keep that one to just 1.
Jonathan Fu employed the Carl Hooper tactic. You know Carl Hooper? Do you ever hear of the name Carl Hooper? West Indian cricket, they used to pause at the crease and then deliver the ball.
Something you see from him quite often. That is 15 overs gone, 112 runs on the board.
Yeah, Carl Hooper.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Magor back into the attack. Salek Iqbal trying a big slog sweep, just worked out to 1. And again, now he's got 2 right-handers, which he's going to like to have, that cross angle. That's why he's being brought back in.
He'll definitely slow down his pace a little bit here to the new batters. 2 right-handers, so he should be in a favourable challenge contest here for young KG. Last 5 overs of the innings, so
this one
they'll
falls straight.
definitely try and look for the 160. They're on par to get that. They just need a couple of lusty blows to try and get there. It's gonna start to sway in the last maybe 3 overs, having lost half of the team by now.
Yeah, you see the tactic here from Kareem Magor when he's bowling to the Iron Man. He wants to be on the legs and not allow him to just take his hands all the way across, jam him up for room, which again is smart when you have someone with long levers that want to clear that front foot and just swing away. So he's a very intelligent bowler, knows what he wants and can execute on it. As this one's worked, the short cover, chance of a run out, good quick running. The throw was well away from the stumps. But again, pressure running here from the Somerset Cavaliers. They understand they got to take every single they can and put some pressure back on the Philadelphians fielders.
Definitely. It's all about the rotation of strike here. You can't really afford a dot ball at this stage of the game unless it's a real good delivery that you're facing. Or bowled by Kareem. That's a really good delivery.
Right on cue.
To end off the 16th over for the Cavaliers, 114 for 5.
Jonathan Fu gonna bowl out his final over here in the 17th. Has just given up 16 runs before this one, taking a wicket as well. And so we're gonna see the Iron Man taking on Jonathan Fu. The Iron Man goes to the leg side. Has he found the gap? No, he's just found the fielder. Just gonna be one. And you see Jonathan Fu push it outside. His arc pushed it outside the off stump to keep him from allowing the power. This time again outside the off stump. Solid kickball gets all of this one and just go all the way down the ground for 6. Haven't seen a lot of this against Jonathan Fu, but had the license to free his arms up. And solid kickball, he's not going to miss out.
Yeah, great shot by Iqbal. Was hoping to get something to fall in his favour, and that was right there. Something in the slot that he manufactured over wide mid-wicket, as we do call it in cricket, over cow corner for 6. He's hit that close to the tennis court. It's a really good shot, and hopefully this has started something for the Cavs, as they need to get to that 160 mark for something for Najaf and his crew to bowl at. Change of tactic here by Fu, going around the wicket, trying to bowl at a different angle, probably hoping to go across him.
Yeah, went across him that time. We saw him do it for Najaf Shah, and after one boundary said, I'm going to keep doing it for Saleh Iqbal as well. Again, just trying to keep this Philadelphians team under, let's say 140 would probably be what they're looking at. This one is wide outside the off stump, chipped over the infield. Is it going to have enough legs to carry? Yes, it will. It beats the 2 men that were trying to converge on it. It's going to be another 4. By far, Jonathan Fu's most expensive over. The head down there. A nice shot from Saleh Iqbal to bring up 4 more.
The fact that Kareem Agol almost chased that down is incredible. Not even a 19-year-old or 18-year-old Dane Pete could have done that. That's an incredible chase down by Kareem Agol. But like you just said now, by far the most expensive over by Jonathan Fu. I feel that's a bit unlucky with myself being an off-spinner too. Sometimes you feel that you just bowled a good ball back of a length. Sometimes just bounced a little bit, gave it some extra width to the batsman, and he's chipped that over point, and it's just trickled away for another boundary.
How does Jonathan Fu respond? This time a little bit fuller, and it's driven this time through the covers, and that's going to do it. 17 overs gone, 128 on the runs on the board, and they're making their charge to 150 here. The New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Are we doing things? Dictator sound. That's a good idea, man. We gotta play from the other side.
Liam Plunkett set to bowl his final over, starts it off with the wide, trying to drag it in to the wicket. Barely clipped the edge of the pitch on this one. Again, just getting stuck in the hands. Maybe just slipping a bit. Doesn't get quite this warm up in England, so maybe the sweat and the humidity just doing something to his hands and the ball. So again, into Saleh Iqbal, who comes all the way across the stumps. Liam Plunkett not giving him any room, so just a single on offer. And Umaid Asif has these long levers, has big power. We've all heard about it. Haven't really seen that one shot that makes you go wow yet at Church Street Park from Asif, the Iron Man, but we know if he can get onto one, it's going to be something special.
Yeah, he can definitely get a couple of lusty blows away, the tall man. But he's hoping to get something from from Liam, known for bowling at this stage of the innings for England. Bowled a lot of slower balls, got a different couple of variations. Did speak to him about it in Houston. He's got a quite different technique of bowling it, but he just says over the years of trying things and flicking balls out, and you know, it kind of worked for him. And there we go.
He likes to hit the deck, but this time it's Asif who gets the hit, and he's hit the stones out along the east side of the ground. He's put it over mid-wicket. That is a brilliant six there from Asif. We've talked about the power all day long, and there was one of them taking Liam Plunkett over mid-wicket.
That's a real good shot by the Iron Man. Something in his favour, and he made it look so effortless, just helping the ball on its way over mid-wicket. But again, there was no mid-wicket out, but a field change has now been made by Liam. As soon as he hit that ball, he's brought the fine leg up and dropped out the deep mid-wicket. So let's see what the tactic is here. Maybe at the toes, Aman. No.
Go shorter with the fine leg up in the circle. So interesting call there. He's got a third man, but had any back really come on, it would have felt like it would have gone over the keeper's head and probably run away for 4, if not 6. So high risk, high reward type of delivery. It is a dot ball.
Call it the bluff.
There you go.
Poker move that. Bring up the fine leg. Surely he doesn't bowl me a bouncer. Surely not, and he bowls him a bouncer. Never quite ready.
Never quite ready. He was very quick. Ran him up pretty good. Again, 3 deliveries gone in this over.
Ooh.
A big swing and the miss. That was one of the slower ones you were speaking of, Dane. Outside the off stump, Asif thought he had one to clear his arms through, but this time it's Liam Plunkett who comes out on top of the battle.
Definitely did. See how the last couple of balls gets bowled here. Cavs really pushing for the 160 mark with a couple of lusty blows. 24 runs short of that 160, which will be a real tough chase for the Philadelphians.
Plunkett back into Asif. This time went short, went wide, and it's definitely well too wide. Again, feels like it might be slipping or just sticking a little bit further in his hand.
Looked like a off-cutter into the pitch, but he just started it too wide. Again, something that he was known for bowling for England. Quite a tall guy, Liam Plunkett, so that's a good tactic for him to bowl the ball into the pitch, trying to extract something different out to the surface.
Yeah, I remember hearing out during the 2019 World Cup talking about him. He likes to hit the deck, wanted to go back of a length there. This time he goes full in on the toes, has it beat fine leg. Fine leg is giving chase, and he's done well there. Yes, he has. Just going to keep that one to 2 runs. Again, with
another slow ball, yeah.
Yep. And that's exactly why he was able to get to it with the pace of Liam Plunkett. You'd expect it to run away, but because he just flicks it out, it was just able to be saved by the fine leg man.
A big ball this. Final ball over? No, 2 balls left.
No, yes. This will be the final delivery of the over. And he's gone
big ball
straight down the legs, and it's just going to be 1.
Don't mind that 1 do the Cavs to keep the big Iron Man on strike.
And that is going to do it here. 18 overs gone, 140 for the loss of 5.
1, 2, 3.
Kremagor starts off with the wide. He's bowling the 19th over. Rather surprising. You're going to see a spinner bowl this late stages of the match.
Yes, definitely. But again, yesterday bowling the super over, so there's a lot of faith Oh my goodness, that's a big shot. The windshield's no, windshield's is safe. Just pummeled that into the side screen.
Well, luckily it hit the side screen.
Yes.
Dane, my car's parked back here.
Mine too.
There we go. Our windscreens were definitely
Progressive's not paying out for a cricket ball into my windshield, that's for sure.
Again, we've had a cop carbon hit by a cricket ball. We don't want to see any windshields be hit
Yes.
by another one. But Umaid Asif showing off the power there. Kremagor just touched too full. How does he respond? Comes down the track and he's been bowled. If he missed it, it was always going to hit. He slowed it down and Asif was through the shot before it ever got to him. And Kremagor picks up the big wicket of the Pakistani player.
Yes, he did signal to Milan Kumar after the delivery. He said he's going to go straight at the stumps. He felt like the previous ball, he just gave a bit of width. And Umar said, obviously the Iron Man would love to face that, having those long arms. And he's made the change, bowled back of a length. And he made that into a Yorker. But a great little innings by the tall Pakistan opening bowler. Got 18 off 11 deliveries with 2 maximums. And the Cavaliers are now 147 for 5 in the 19th over.
Make that 147 for 6, Dane.
Sorry.
With that wicket. Again, scoring a little bit slow. Again, the connection. 5G is tough to come by and doesn't always work here at Church Street Park. Except for Babar Bai's 5G. 5G is hard to come by and maybe a little bit off the work. Babar Bai, of course, the production manager here at Church Street Park, making all of these beautiful views that you have possible.
Manager. He's manager of everything, Babar Bai.
Again, big thanks to the production team. That includes Babar Bai, includes Junaid, includes Khalid Bai and Aaron, the cameraman today.
So why didn't Aaron get a bye also? Everyone else got a bye. Why didn't Aaron
get a bye? No, Junaid didn't get a bye. Aaron is, he's very dear to our heart. But Aaron Bai, if you want that one as well, we can throw him out there. Yeah, again,
thank you.
It would not be possible without any of those guys, not be possible without Mr. Dane Pete here.
And give us one, Aman. The Minor League 2022 presented by?
Sunoco, the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco.
Thank you, Sunoco. A couple of tanks of gas would be appreciated my way.
Yeah, it's getting rather expensive here, and never like
not compared to the other parts of the country. I must say it's $4.45 at the moment, which I'll take.
Yeah, when you see California, you say, yeah, I'm okay.
Yes, definitely.
Kremagor, though, touch expensive. 2 wides in the over now, accompanying that with the 6 that was hit.
Just going on the gas price. When I came into the country in October 2020, I paid $2.50 for a gallon of gas out in Maryland. And now it is well over $5 in Maryland. Yeah. So happy with my move down to further down south.
Yeah, again, I remember when it first climbed past $2, we were all like, oh my God, $2, what are we going to do? And now we're here over $4, almost $5.
Well, in this region, people say, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to buy me a Tesla.
That seems to be the trend. As you saw, the big swipe there from Salak Iqbal, nearly hitting stumps.
That would have been into the arms of the Lord if he got that connected. He really swung at that.
Yeah, through the kitchen sink at it, as they would say. Tried to do it once again, and this time, first one missed off stump, this one misses leg stump. So 2 dot balls, though. Kremagor will take that one in the 19th over.
It's a good comeback by Kremagor. Again, showing his experience, international experience, by changing his line. He's looking just to hound at the stumps now, at the line of the stumps.
Salak Iqbal able to get onto this one. Kremagor makes good ground out to the 30-yard circle. And
what a fielder he is. Good catch.
Never going to drop one of those.
Especially if you're own bowling.
Absolutely. Got to make sure you take your own reward. Always very, very clinical in the field with the ball. He's taking 2 wickets here in the 19th over. Never easy to bowl as a spinner late in the game. And that's going to do it. Salak Iqbal has to go.
For 20. Kremagor ending his spell there with bowling 4 overs, 2 for 35. A great little comeback after his first over, which he did bowl the last over the power play.
And that is going to do it. 19 overs gone, 149 for the loss of 7.
Barbie, can I reset? Barbie, can I reset?
Welcome back to Church Street Park here. It's Milind Kumar to bowl the final over. He's invoked a top edge straight away. And he's not going to put one down off his own bowling. Like you said, you got to take your own reward.
Definitely.
Milind Kumar takes wicket number 8, first up here in the 20th.
Yeah, good stop of the runs here, the flow of runs. He's got 3 wickets now in the last 7 deliveries, which is definitely slowed down the runs. Najaf Shah leaving the field after facing 1 delivery for no runs. Now they 8 wickets down with Damien Jacobs, I think, coming into bat.
Yeah, it looks to be Damien Jacobs, Najaf Shah losing the captaincy battle in terms of Milind Kumar bowling. Najaf Shah batting, again, not his strongest suit. He is by trade a bowler, and we'll get to see that matchup later in the day. But Damien Jacobs comes in. He's shown the ability to hit the ball and stroke it around for a couple of singles. And now if you're the Cavaliers, that's all you're going to be looking for. Don't need to have these huge boundaries. Just make sure you limit the amount of dot balls in this over. 5 balls remaining. You'd hope at least 5 runs. And you know what? You'd be happy at this stage with 8 wickets down with just 5 runs in these next 5 deliveries.
They would definitely look to get 11 runs in this 5 balls, or even 9 or 10 runs, which would make the Philadelphians chase down at 8 and over at 160. Well bowled.
I like how you emphasize the D, almost like the Ohio State Buckeyes have them patented.
Yes.
That D. That D.
Yes, the. Some British English, that the.
Oh, went for a reverse sweep. It was a lot fuller than he expected. It was able to scoop it around, and it is going to end up being 4. None of the fielders there could get it. Milind Kumar, he lifted it well over the top. And you had Damien Jacobs, not Damien Jacobs, Abhishek Prabhu show a little bit of innovation to get that one over fine leg for 4.
Innovation and distraction for the wicketkeeper. If a bat's flying in front of the wicketkeeper, his always eyes are going to be taken off the ball. And interesting tactic by Milind, looking to bowl at the stumps. I thought the tactic of bowling back of a length worked pretty well in this over. Slow and 6. Just what they require. That's the 10 runs they need to get them to the 160, or close enough to the 160 with 2 balls left. This is really important now. Interesting tactic, Milind bowling himself. Again, the risk-reward factor. But a great little innings this by Abhishek Prabhu. Moving to 11 or 4 deliveries.
And I think you hit it on the nail, Dane. He was having such success back of a length and on a length. Now going much fuller, closer to stumps, allowing the batsman to just get down on a knee and sweep you.
Oh,
this
Nick
time it's an outside edge, and it's going to be 4. Not much you can do.
Take them as they come.
Again,
take them as they come.
Like we say, not the way he wants it, but the way he'll take it.
Definitely.
4 more. Nothing Anirudh Emmanuel could have done to save that one. And so now you're talking 14 runs from the last 3 deliveries. An over that started with the wicket and a dot ball has turned into a great over for the Somerset Cavaliers.
Big last ball this. Could they be chasing 170? Let's see if a big 6 comes in. Catch it. Out.
Never going to be a mistake. It was a full toss there. Found another outside edge, and it's hit straight to Anirudh Emmanuel. So that's going to do it. 20 overs gone, 163 runs on the board. If we take a look at the full scorecard here, Somerset Cavaliers get off to a rather slow start. Hemraj and Imrul Hasib both go for a score of 2. Able to rebuild a little bit with Xavier Marshall and Richard Allen, but Richard Allen definitely the star of the day, Dane.
Yeah, definitely. He played beautifully. He was whacking the ball all around the ground. Loved the tempo, loved the energy he batted at. Over 200% strike rate. It looks like a bit of depleted Philadelphian team coming together after the last couple of overs being swung the other way. But a great innings, good impetus. Abhishek Prabhu, 300% strike rate. Salih Iqbal came in, hit a few. My favorite cricketer, Mr. Ironman, 18 of 12 with 2 lusty blows. Getting the team to 163. It'll be a tough chase for the Philadelphians with all the spin options that the Cavaliers do have. They'll need to chase down 164 in 20 overs. But I think the bowling unit of the Philadelphians did pretty well. With Liam Plunkett setting the tone. Milind Kumar bagging himself 2 wickets, as well as Kareem Agor. But I think all in all, a pretty solid effort by the Cavaliers, getting themselves to 163. Benoit Drysdale finishing off with 2 overs, 1 for 11.
Yeah, I didn't really think the Cavaliers were going to get to this spot the way they started. They fought back well, and we're going to see what the Philadelphians can do in the second half of this match. Don't go anywhere. The second innings still to come. We got 8 minutes of break. Again, the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, they put up a score of 163. We'll see if the Philadelphians can get to 164 in their 20 overs. in, it's hipped over the leg side. It's just going to be a couple of bounces to the fielder for one, but still shape straight away from Liam Plunkett. We saw it against the Raptors and such. He goes for the big reverse sweep, big appeal, and the finger's given. Again, is the impact outside the line? Something indeed special. That one just evades.
Beautifully bowled.
Oh, the finger was lifted. Liam Plunkett didn't even.
He's just got to get on with business.
Well, there's getting on with business. Straight back down the ground. Takes Milind Kumar over the top, and is going to run away for 4 runs there.
And it's come out beautifully.
And the pitch is helping him as well. This time, though, straining down the legs. That's too easy. A boundary to start the over, and now a boundary to end. Change the angle just for 1 ball. Back to over. And this one is pierced through the leg side. It doesn't have enough legs to go for 4. I think it does, and it will. Back-to-back boundaries for the Somerset Cavaliers. Again, change the angles.
Help on a turf pitch, as you can see there. He is going nicely over the top. Oh, it's a good effort by Milind Kumar, but a very good shot by Richard Allen.
This time was much quicker, much flatter through the air, and it's going to squirt through the leg side off a bottom edge. It's going to fly past the man at fine leg for 4 more. So back-to-back.
Will always be easy. Let's see how he closes this out.
This time more flight on offer, and it's just over the top of the infield. There's going to be another 4 to finish this one off. Flick it. Those are counted as overthrows. And this time Drysdale's gone through him, angled in, no swing away, just kept going. Aggressive voices. And the Kumar definitely on the more aggressive side as this one's pulled with an aggressive shot. And it is going to beat the man out there at deep mid-wicket. Well placed there. What the outfield is looking like. Again short. This time Richard Allen picks him up, and it's well over the top of the man at backward square leg. No chance from Richard Allen. As this one slapped back towards the shy of the wind. The fielder's there, but it won't matter. He's got a big bat. He's got a lot of power, and he gets it over. Welcome back to Church Street Park here. Richard Allen.
Great innings.
Gets to his...
The Dolphins would want. And hopefully there makes a mistake, but no. He continues with his onslaught. Roshni, the Rangers sort of to stem the flow of runs, and hopefully a couple of dot balls stop the game, you know.
Well, here's a chance of a run out, and it is going to be one. Confusion between Taha Warch and Richard Allen. Taha Warch, problem. The thorn in the side of the Philadelphians today. And there's the top edge you're looking for, Dane. It was slower in the air, and Mario Rampersad never going to make a mistake. Easiest catch of the day. And this time again outside the off stump, saw the kickball, gets all of this one and just go all the way down the ground for 6. Haven't seen a lot of this against Jonathan Fu, but have what they're looking at. This one is wide outside the off stump, chipped over the infield. Is it going to have enough legs to carry? Yes, it will. It beats the 2 men that were trying to converge on it. It's going to be another 4 by far. Jonathan.
You know, it kind of worked for him. And there we go.
He likes to hit the deck, but this time it's Asif who gets the hit, and he's hit the stones out along.
Yesterday bowling the super over, so there's a lot of faith. Oh my goodness, that's a big shot. The windshield's in front. No, windshields are safe. Just pummeled that into the side screen.
Well, luckily it hit the side screen. Or just touched too full. How does he respond? Comes down the track, and he's been bowled. If he missed it, it was always going to hit. He's
looking just to hound at the stumps now, at the line of the stumps.
Solid kickball, able to get onto this one. Kremagor makes good ground out to the 30-yard circle, and
I feel that he is good catch.
Never going to drop one of those.
Especially if your own bowling.
Absolutely, got to make sure you take your own. Church Street Park here. It's Milind Kumar to bowl the final over. He's invoked a top edge straight away, and he's not going to put one down off his own bowling. Like you said, you got to take your own reward.
Definitely.
Milind Kumar takes wicket number 8, first up here in the 20th.
Some British English, that's the.
Went for a reverse sweep. It was a lot fuller than he expected. It was able to scoop it around, and it is going to end up being 4. None of the fielders there could get it. Milind Kumar, he
worked pretty well in this over. Slow, and 6. Just what they require. That's the 10 runs they need to get them to
get down on a knee and sweep you.
Oh,
this
and
time
outside
it's an outside edge, and it's going to be 4. much you could do.
Come.
Again,
Take them as they come.
like we say, not the way he wants it, but the way he'll.
Big six comes in. Catch it. Out.
Never going to be a mistake. It was a full toss there. He found another outside edge and it's hit straight to Anirudh Emmanuel. So that's going to do it. 20 overs gone.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
कहाँ से उमर where are you over?
Water line में बहुत बड़ी
यार तो प्रॉब्लम है यार अभी तो क्या कर you want something fast right I don't need it Oh, bro. I'm gonna get off the flag, bro. Alright, bro. I'm resetting my phone. Alright? Yeah, okay. He just dealt with that, bro.
Hey, Narayan! I'm here, right? Hey!
New York 1 versus New York 2.
But put him play this here, kid.
9 man for him keep to come New York.
Yeah, come road.
Welcome back to Church Street Park here in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Dane, I know you get a kick on it every time I say that.
Presented by
Sunoco.
and Daffy News.
And Daffy News, the official sponsor of the tournament. Chandrapal Hemraj is going to open the bowling here for the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. He's done some opening for them. Week 1 opened for him yesterday, and he's come back in. And Dane, we had a discussion during the break. You felt this was a really crucial period in the game and will determine which side this game goes on.
Yeah, the power play is going to determine how the game goes. It's incredible. I've never seen Najaf Shah on the field and not bowl the first over. So this is a change for them, knowing that both Derek Narayan and Tank, as he's well known as, love pace on the ball. So they've gone to the spin tactic early on, hopefully to get a couple of wickets here. But let's see how the Philadelphians approach this part of the game. Great touch for 4 by Syed Abdullah. A bit of width by Hemraj, which he's been given all weekend. He's been bowling slightly too wide at times, but great touch by Syed Abdullah for 4.
Yeah, he's got the power of a tank, but he's got some finesse in him
Definitely.
too. As you saw, some soft hands there to run that one down a third man, use the pace of Chandrapal Hemraj, and I think Syed Abdullah going to be disappointed with the way he played yesterday. Didn't really have the big innings he was looking for. They, different tactic, just kind of come in and just working it around, know the ground or do all the work if you put it on it. Again, very good between the wickets, these two. They always like to push and are eager for that second run.
That's really, really important in a chase of 160 odd to keep ticking the scoreboard over and not just get bogged down in the power play. Boundary and 1 by Abdullah, wearing 5-1-2 on his back. I'd love to know the meaning of the 5-1-2. But here, old Rudy into the attack. Would love to know the meaning of Rudy too. For Chandrapal Hemraj.
Some secrets are best kept a secret.
Definitely.
But you can see Derek Narayan. This is the matchup you would want for the Philadelphians. The left-arm orthodox bowler to the left-hander. Narayan had a flurry of boundaries before he was undone yesterday. This one down the leg side, just going to be 1. But you can see the attack not going to give Narayan any width. Going to keep it on stumps and let him swing from there.
Yeah, sometimes most of the time he looks for a bit of width to let his hands go through the line of the ball. So a good start this by Chandrapal Hemraj, just getting deflected or finessed for 4 through the point region. But this is an important ball to close out the very first over of the innings.
And it's been slapped straight back down the ground in the gap, and it's going to be 4 to close out the first over of the second inning. Side of the tank, as he's known, with all the power in the world. That's going to do it. 1 over gone, 11 without loss.
Bite's about to start. So yeah, I'm gonna do a veggie bowl. Veggie. I don't know. Actually, veggie bowl. Yeah, white rice, black beans. No meat. But white rice, black beans. The fajita vegetables. Yeah, just the fajita veggies, right? Corn. And the medium salsa, the green one. Cheese. Guacamole.
Come on, yes, Kim. Another one. Very top heavy, Papi. Very top heavy. Come on. Get lucky inside. Come on.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park. And now here we go. It is going to be Najaf Shah from another end. It's a Shiloh end. He's been bowling from the Cedar Fork end all weekend. Trying his luck at the Shiloh end.
Come on, thanks for telling me what the ends are called. I didn't know that.
Well, Nate and I, we had a discussion. What were we calling the ends? And Cedar Fork is down past
Why
where...
Cedar Fork? You need to give me some information.
So there is a elementary school, middle school that is over by where Chandrapal Hemraj opened the bowling called Cedar Fork. Also, one of the first grounds here in Warsaw was called CFDP, Cedar Fork District Park. Also on that end. And obviously the first ground that was ever in Mooresville, Shiloh. So it's the Shiloh end where Najaf Shah is at.
All my coaching at Shiloh, so I know it pretty well.
And then CFDP, the Cedar Fork end, is what we call the far end of the ground from where we're sitting.
Okay, nicely.
And this one straight to point. Pace on the bat, that's what Derek Narayan liked, but this time all he could do was maneuver it straight to point, some width on offer. But Najaf Shah shape away, catches a maybe thicker outside edge, and it's gone straight to point, and the first wicket goes for the Philadelphians.
Much needed wicket for the Cavs. That's the most excitement I've seen from them all weekend, so that's what they definitely needed to get the innings going. Bit of a short and wide delivery. Narayan smashing his bat, obviously not happy with the way he's got out. Felt like you can put that away, but a wicket that they definitely did need in at this stage of the game, with Narayan leaving for whatever he left for, and the score goes for 11 for 1 after 1.2 overs.
Narayan with just one run from himself off of 5 deliveries. I think in that time it looked like he looked to play with a straight back, and the late swing of Najaf Shah kind of undid him. Normally when he chooses to go back and slash hard, he'll go with that cross bat and try to play a big cut through point. That time went straight at it and then try to adjust it late because of the late swing. But nonetheless, it is that first wicket for the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, and that is going to bring out Abhijit Kangura. So is that Yash Kangura coming out, the under-19 player, being given a little bit more responsibility, coming in at 1 down here today.
Interesting call. Millen, we all know that Millen comes in at number 3. Maybe staying away from the seam bowling, wants to face a bit of spin today, knowing that he does prefer the spin bowling to the seam bowling. So interesting tactic. Let's see how Yash goes. Knows he's a very good striker of the cricket ball. Najaf Shah will definitely be aiming at those 3 poles, looking at him. Trying to swing the ball back, trying to exploit as much swing as possible from the SG Test LE ball, as it's called. I know that pretty well, having bowled 2 overs at the start of the innings.
There we go, Najaf Shah into the youngster, and again attacking those 3 poles, like you mentioned. Again, Milan Kumar, you guys actually, I think, quite brilliantly took spin away from him while he was in the middle, kept bowling pace. Obviously seems purposeful, and maybe that's why he's held himself back, knows that you're going to see a lot of Najaf Shah early, maybe Umaid Asif.
Thanks to our scout. Thanks to our scout that helped us give us this information.
Well, that is kind words, Dane. I appreciate that. But again, it's the execution that counts, not the scouting.
Thanks to your scout work helping us out, but we do know Milan pretty well, and we kept the spin away from him, as well as from Jonathan Fu, knowing that they love to. That's the rocked him.
Yeah, rocked him up indeed. The bails go flying, the stumps go flying. Yeah, attacking those 3 poles, swinging back in. It was through the gate. That angle always creates problems. And Yash Kangura, all he can do is walk back as he sees middle and off stump go away. That's the 2nd wicket down. Najaf Shah striking early and often.
Great piece of bowling by the experienced Najaf Shah. Swinging the ball back, knocking the 3 poles over. A fantastic start by the New Jersey Cavaliers, or the Somerset Cavaliers. Just the ideal start for them. They really did want this kind of start from them. And in comes Milan Kumar, probably the most important partnership of the game, to try and set up the game for the likes of Fu, Plunkett, and the rest of the batting lineup. So here we go. It's an important part. I'm really excited to see how this unfolds. Najaf Shah again. I promise you, he's going to aim at those 3 poles again, trying to swing the ball back.
Yeah, we've seen him swing it time and time again, and this is the matchup. When you talk about Milind Kumar, we talked about how this power play was really going to determine a lot. And this first over from Najaf Shah has really put Somerset into the favorable position. If you're Milind Kumar, you got to find a way not only to see him off, but also score. You don't want to just let things get too out of hand. Give your big hitters in the back end an opportunity to come in and smack it around and maybe finish the game off if it gets to that point.
And that's what they speak about scoreboard pressure, because all of a sudden you look over your left shoulder at the electronic scoreboard here at Church Street Park and you see things starting to balloon out of order, and you try to catch up with that, and then all of a sudden you're caught behind the 8 ball. So a fantastic part of the game. I always do like wickets in the power play, not against my team obviously, but as a neutral watching the game, I always like wickets in the power play just to see how guys maneuver the innings.
That one was maneuvered between a couple slip fielders and the gully. And now he's going to get to bowl to Syed Abdullah and maybe tries to get him to play a big false shot down the ground. We know he likes, if there's something full, he will try to go straight back. And that late swing in could be the undoing of him. I think Milind Kumar had to have had a word with him saying, just see these last 2 balls out. We don't need anything big. Keep your wicket in hand. Me and you have to play at least for these next, let's say 7-10 overs and just set the game up for the likes of Fu and Plunkett at the end. The big hitters. We saw Liam Plunkett yesterday, quick fire 40. Jonathan Fu, we know what he can do. You've seen it firsthand. And again, if you can save the game and keep it intact for him, you're going to be just fine. Here we go, full straight.
Oh.
Well done by Syed Abdullah. It was a great delivery. Dane Peach loving it. Najaf Shah can't believe it didn't get through. And that's going to do it. 2 overs gone, 2 wickets fall, 12 for the loss of 2.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
एक चिपट तो स्मोक चिपट के सांस में बोतल भी चाड़ ना एक चाड़ ही ना बोतल
Welcome back, and pace being brought on in the form of Umaid Asif, Dane Pete's favorite player, the Iron Man, coming into the attack. Again, gets a lot of
Umaid
pace.
Asif, Rakeem Cornwall, Ansh Rai are my favorite cricketers.
Ansh Rai, one of the young left arm spinners, part of TCL youth here.
Looks like Mick Jagger, old Ansh.
He's got the great flow, right? We talk about underneath the manual.
He's got a great cut of Ansh. Not a cut, it's just the flow actually.
It's just a flow, and that's the biggest part about him.
Yeah, definitely.
Umaid Asif is just probing at that off stump and that outside edge of Milind Kumar. Again, pressure on, and never going to be easy.
They'll definitely attack Milind with a bit of pace bowling. like I said earlier, he favours spin bowling. So this is a good period of the game. Iron Man will definitely back himself here, try to hammer the pitch, try to exploit as much as possible. But a couple of wickets does make the target look like 180 now. So it's an interesting part of the game.
This one down the leg side. There is a fielder out there. Can he save it? And he does well with the sliding effort. Going to just keep it to 2. That one is getting a little bit too straight, but he has protection out there for Umaid Asif.
Good piece of fielding there by Salih Iqbal. Getting down and stopping the boundary, keeping it down to 2. Good intent by Milind Kumar, knowing the ball's just going to miss leg stump, if anything, and flicks it down to fine leg for 2.
He's going to have a captain's innings today. Like you said, those 2 wickets make it feel like there's 180 on the board. Scoreboard pressure always going to be on. And you have the likes of Najaf Shah, you have Umaid Asif, Chandrapal Hemraj isn't going anywhere. Great bowling. And that one seemed to die off of the wicket. You could see not the usual carry that Milind Kumar was expecting and the Somerset Cavaliers were expecting.
If anybody in the Marsville region could exploit an inconsistency in a pitch, is definitely the Iron Man. He's about what, 6'3" maybe? I work in centimeters or meters. That's about 6'3", 6'4" maybe. Right, so that's close to 195 centimeters. So he's pretty tall. He can hammer the pitch down, bowls from quite high. So he's definitely going to be the one that can try and exploit the inconsistency in a pitch. Again, he bowls a heavy ball, bowls back of a length, and ideally I would just want to see him aiming at the off stump of Syed Abdullah. But this is going to be a good challenge. Abdullah likes pace on the ball. From a Pakistani background too, is Syed Abdullah.
This one's short. It's just a little short arm jab. Nowhere in control of that shot, but it is away from all the fielders, so they're able to get 1 off of it. Like you said, Umaid Asif, he's 6'5". That's what he's officially listed as. And
6'5", yeah.
You know, sometimes they can fluctuate whenever you want to list it.
Definitely. In the NBA, it fluctuates, right?
Yeah, Jason Tatum grew an inch every year since he's been in the league, and I'm not going to complain. He's on my Boston Celtics.
Shaq is 6'11" now.
Somehow only 6'11". So,
yeah, I'm a Celtics supporter too.
There we go. Tough final stint, but
yeah, it's all good.
Something to look forward to. This one's worked through the leg side. It's in the gap. It's over the top, and it's going to be 4 runs to Milind Kumar, who's not going to sit back and just let the Pacers bowl. He knows he's got to score, and he does right there on the final delivery of that over. Make it 20 for the loss of 2 after 3.
Keep coming.
Welcome back. It's Najaf Shah coming back into the attack. Goes with a bouncer. First up.
A bit of glove?
Yeah, looked like a bit of glove from Abhishek Prabhu, who's being brought on as the keeper, replacing young Pranav Rao.
Oh, no, nothing. It's a good delivery. 1 for the over. That's a real good delivery.
1 for the over. Great delivery, and again, a good piece of glove work from behind the stumps from Abhishek Prabhu. If had he not gotten a glove to that one, that was definitely going to be 4 buys. I think he's just kind of setting up Milind Kumar, kind of like what you called for with Janoy Drysdale earlier. Bowl a bouncer first up and then go attack the fuller length.
Interesting to see now, knowing that Milind Kumar does hang back a little bit when facing seam bowling. So an interesting tactic here by Najaf. If he just goes good back of a length, trying to hit the off stump. Let's see how he goes about this. Obviously, he will definitely try to swing the ball back, as that is one of his greatest strengths.
Goes hard back of a leg. It swung away this time, but Milind Kumar hanging back he was able to cut that one away beautifully. One of the best time shots of the day. Runs all along the ground for 4. Another 4 for the Philadelphians.
Najaf Shah won't be happy with that delivery. Just sort of falling away in his action, just going across him. And Milind Kumar was all over that, knowing that he was slightly short of a length. He could just penetrate the point region for 4.
Yeah, again, it was so crisp, that sound off the bat of Milind Kumar. He got onto the back foot very quickly, as you mentioned. Hangs back for the seamers. Got on it very, very quickly. And just, again, a vacant, deep region on the offside. Something you see the Cavaliers do quite often. They have no protection out there, out on the offside. So daring you to swing through and maybe that swing back is what they're trying to exploit. How does Najaf Shah respond? And that one just hung closer to the off stump, not as much width, and they're able to get that quick single.
Good batting by the Philadelphians. They haven't really backed off from the challenge from the Cavaliers after getting 2 poles early on. It's important that, especially in the chase of 160, that's sort of the in-between from big to a low score, that you keep the tempo up and you just sort of try and catch up with the tempo of the game as quick as possible, which the Philadelphians have continued to do. You see a lot of experience at the crease right now. Syed Abdullah, 10 of 6 deliveries. Milind Kumar, 7 balls faced, got 11 runs. Both of them have 2 boundaries. So they're batting quite beautifully at the moment.
Yeah, they're batting quite well. Najaf Shah's hoping to break that one. That one's a full toss. It's a low one, but it's too wide. And Syed Abdullah, anytime he gets width, he's going to be sharp on it. Again, didn't try to overhit it. Just used the pace of Najaf Shah, worked it through the covers, and a great shot here. Putting pressure back on Najaf Shah. We got 2 wickets in his first over. This time, 2 boundaries in the second.
Yeah, great shot. Again, it's in that situation. They're 0-4. They're looking for a big result. They're just getting kind of searchy, as we say. So he's looking for something to get into the middle order, which will really change the game. And for me, that's an important part of the attack.
Here we go. Syed Abdullah's changed the approach. We don't see him quite swing as hard as he was in the previous couple of days. Today, just more timing the ball along the ground, using some of his finesse. Again, like that, trying to use it that time, not able to get onto the ball. And some linger stares from Syed Abdullah, some linger stares from Najaf Shah. And Milind Kumar just having a word with Syed Abdullah. A lot of experience, as you mentioned, between these two. And they know they got to bat long. They've got to carry this innings that's just into the 4th over. Already 2 wickets down. But not a bad spot because of those 2 boundaries. 30 runs on the board. So 2 overs of power play to go.
They're looking to take something home, the Philadelphians, on the 11.5-hour bus trip back home.
This time it's short, and this one's going to be behind point.
That's a great shot.
Good effort by the man out in the deep, but it's not going to be good enough. It's beat him for 4. And he put out a good dive. Not much to be too upset about. And that's a 3rd boundary.
Tank is showing some great touch at the moment. Just letting the ball in the angle come at him and just deflect it for 4.
And that's going to do it. 4 overs gone, 34 for the loss of 2.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Ask him to just add the tortilla on
Welcome back to the coverage here of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by
Sunoco. So how do you pronounce it? Sunoco.
I say Sunoco.
Sunoco. That's why I'm because the way I would have said it is that way, right?
Yeah.
But the American way Sunoco.
Sunoco.
Yeah.
That's the I assume that's the American
That's
way.
the American
that might
way,
just be the
yeah.
Almond way. It might be just different around the
The
world.
American way is the right way, isn't it?
Well, we also have to thank our official sponsor, Dafa News. Again, none of the coverage.
Dafa News. I'll say Dafa News, but you say Dafa News.
Dafa News.
In America.
I'm not sure if you know this song. There's a song called "The Way I Talk" by Morgan Wallen, and it's just saying I'm a little different. It's just because the way I talk, and I live the way I talk, and we definitely do live the way we talk.
Yes, definitely.
As Umaid Asif is into the attack, bowling to Milind Kumar. Again, he's keeping it tight around the off stump like you were calling for, not giving much width.
No width to Milind. And they are in desperate need of a good over here, the Cavs, in the power play, in the 5th over of the power play. Philadelphians now 34 for 2.
And they got out to a flyer with those 2 wickets from Najaf Shah, but it's been all Philly since. That one came off an inside edge, and they're going to be able to sneak a single by. It's something that the Philadelphians are very good at. Even if they don't quite connect, they're always eager to run those ones and push for those quick singles.
That's real good bowling by Iron Man. Love to see his wrist flicking it down like that, and he can just get the ball to go off the seam like he showed with the first delivery. Nipped away from Milind Kumar. Next delivery, nipped back in. So great piece of bowling by my now favorite cricketer, Mr. Iron Man.
Haven't seen that Iron Man celebration yet. He's going to hope it comes against one of these two.
To see it.
Goes with the bouncer, and it's deemed a wide ball by the umpire. Probably the correct call. Looked like it went well over the head of Saeed Abdullah, who's not a short man.
There were no
by
arms
any
thrown
means.
in the air this time around. So I think generally, besides Damien Jacobs, everybody was happy with that decision.
Well, again, Umaid Asif, he's been tight.
All day, every day.
He's been tight all day long, making life very, very difficult for both sides. For both of these bats, they haven't quite found a rhythm. This one, it's a slower delivery. It was fuller, and Saeed Abdullah just able to work it away.
It's good power play this for the Philadelphians. Yes, they have lost 2 wickets, but they've continued with the momentum, or tried to gather some momentum of the innings.
I could easily shut things down once you lose 2
100%,
wickets,
yeah.
but they've just been eager to pounce on anything. It's not been easy, but anytime they get some width, some room, they're always eager to run those singles and put those away for boundaries.
Oh, beautifully bowled.
And you could see him once he jumps in, usually jumps straight through. This time it came across with the angle and just angled it back in.
And there was a nod of appreciation from Abdullah, because he knows the type of skill to do that. Go wide of the crease, nip it away. Mohammad Shami did that to me in a test match a few times, and that's real difficult bowling to face when they jump away and they have the ability to nip back, because normally when they jump away, you expect them to nip the ball back into you, but to go the other way, it takes a lot of skill. So a nod of appreciation by the batsman. Always good to see that in the heat of battle.
Yeah, I'm not sure that nod would have come had it hit the stumps, however.
Exactly.
Would have seen just a look up in the sky in frustration, but again, he's been so tight here. Umaid Asif, only 9 runs given from his first 11 deliveries. And you can make that 10. Yeah, you can make that 10 very quick between the wickets of these two. That's going to do it. 5 overs gone, 37 for the loss of 2. Welcome back to Church Street Park. A bowling change as the left arm orthodox Imral Hasib being brought into the attack. Again, got a spot on the team today, and now he's going to be able to come in and bowl. Opened the batting, didn't quite get the start off he was looking for. Was run out in maybe one of the most awkward of fashions, disappointing fashions. And Syed Abdullah sends this one straight back, and it's too good. And it's going to be one bounce over the rope for 4.
Yeah, just looking to angle the ball into the stumps. As I could see, as he released the ball, you just saw the seam coming out of his hand, trying to angle the ball back to the stump. But exactly, just a bit of length given to Syed Abdullah, and he was all over that. Always looks to hit straight, and he got it perfectly straight down the ground for 4.
Yeah, I was waiting for one that was flighted a little bit slower in the air, and it was right there for him to just throw his hands at, and very, very composed. This time a little bit shorter. It's going to be cut away, though. You said bold, but it's a better shot. Sometimes that's just what happens. You bowl a good ball, but they're just a better shot. And Syed Abdullah, he's showing all the shots, the range of shots he has. Cuts another one away through point for 4 more.
Great shot. Just waited for it again. You can see he's in good form when he just doesn't press too hard on the front foot, but he's waited for it, rocked back, and cut that for 4. Really good shot to Syed Abdullah. His innings is getting going now, and this is just what the Philadelphians quite need in the last over the power play.
And you can see a change of approach. I think the first couple of days he was once he committed to the front foot, he was all the way there, and then he just throw his hands real hard at everything. Today, you can see him just hanging back a little bit more, just being a little bit weights more in the middle, and then just using the touch that he possesses rather than just the power.
Great shot.
The touch on display just carves that one through the gap on the offside. Was very, very easy. Went into out on it, and he was able to split the gap at wide, mid off. That's 4 more. It's been an expensive over to start off.
Interesting call not going with Hemraj in the last over of the power play, who has a lot of experience. Again, what I've liked about Syed Abdullah's approach to the game today is really had some touch, some control. He's just not been full brute force all the time, so it's been good. Love the fact that he's playing this way, letting the ball come to him. I wish he did that when he hit the ball back at me. Just played a bit with a bit more touch and not brute force. Not out.
This one was angling down the legs, but always interesting to see what the umpires do.
Yes, you never quite know.
It ends a very eventful over. That's going to do it for the power play. 6 overs gone, 49 for the loss of 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Damian Jacobs has been brought on to the attack. Again, been sporadic here. Was only given 2 overs yesterday against the Morrisville Raptors. Against you guys, took wickets in big fashion, made the game a lot closer than we thought it was going to end up being. And we know what he can do here. Took 5 for last year. And that looks to be a nick. I heard something. It felt like there was a sound. I'm not sure. Was it glove? Was it bat? Was it him coming off of his own pads? Milland is saying there was nothing that came off the bat.
Well, it looks like 2 Philadelphians think that's not out. 11 Cavaliers think that's out. And 2 umpires think that it's not out. So, all in all, it's not out. I did hear something though from our viewpoint, or vantage point, as the Americans like to say.
And assimilating into the culture, assimilating to the language. Vantage point.
Vantage.
Yeah. I think if I spend a couple of days with you, I'd talk like James Bond at the end of it. Vantage point. And they're able to get a single going. Milland Kumar very strong against the spinners, but not many spinners better than Damian Jacobs, especially at the leg spinner. Very quality, is able to have good control and spins it both directions. Comes on a little bit quicker than you might expect too. And get some dip in the air as well with all the revs he generates. Has a loaded leg side field for Syed Abdullah. And that's why that one's hit out there. Didn't matter if you had 11 guys there, because that one's over the top of the infield. The outfield has hit the light pole. It's over the fence over there as well. And it just evades the row. They're going to be able to go get it, but it's a massive hit from Tank.
Not a great delivery though, to be honest, with Damian Jacobs dropping it short. And again, Syed Abdullah getting into great position and manufacturing that ball over mid-wicket. It's almost hit that into Davis' drive.
Almost gone to Cedar Fork. There we go. But we've seen Damian Jacobs on occasion really struggle to find lengths at times here. He's thrown it short a bunch, and that's where he's mostly been punished. When he's kept it up, it's been hard to play. You've seen opportunities be created, and now we'll see if they come and bring out a new ball. It seems like they're struggling to find the ball that was just hit. It did take a deflection off of one of the light poles, and it went off to the right towards the traffic light and the scoreboard. The ball has been found now. But again, a great way for the over that was, kind of just struggling to get started. A couple of dots, just a single. Syed Abdullah straight away gets that big 6.
One thing that Damian Jacobs does do well, he really competes all the time, and he won't back off from a challenge. Even Abdullah striking at close to 200 here. He'll still back himself to get him out. Again, sometimes as a bowler you feel hard done by a decision in an over, but you just need to keep coming. Najaf Shah does really need Damian Jacobs in the middle overs today, as they need to defend 108 runs in 13.1 overs, which is just a touch over 8 and over, which is really gettable, but a couple of quiet dead overs in the middle period does sort of change the complexion of the game. Milland striking under 100%.
This time well down the leg side, short again. He's able to push it behind the corner. Not a great delivery. It spun back a touch, but not enough to create any problems for Syed Abdullah. He's shown great touch, didn't try to overhit it, just helped it around the corner, and that's going to be a 4 to end the over. So 10 runs to end what started to be a phenomenal over through the first 4 deliveries. That's going to do it after 7 overs. The score reads 60 for the loss of 2. Welcome back to Church Street Park. As we're going to see, Imrul continue to bowl. Was expensive in his first over, going for 12 runs in his first. There's been 2 rather expensive overs, one from Hashib giving up those 12 runs, and Damian Jacobs giving up 11 in his first. You're going to want some more quiet overs.
Good start to the over.
He's doing a good job making it difficult for Milind Kumar. We've talked about it. He's a player who prefers playing spin, a very good player to spin, likes to use his feet as you saw there. And if you just keep varying your lengths, you just keep him off balance and just keep him second guessing and not allow him to get free flow through the shot. That time used his feet to come down, try to open it over extra cover, just found an inside edge. So again, a good job here from Hashib, just changing things up for Milind Kumar.
Yeah, definitely. His change of pace is really good. He obviously has a different mindset now, bowling outside the power play. Changing his pace, changing his length. But this is going to be the big challenge for him. Bowling to a set side Abdullah. Catch. The bad balls get wickets too, man.
Yeah, it was short, it was wide, it was set firmly. And it was that man with Rudy on his back, Chandrapal Hemraj. We thought maybe we see him bowl a little bit more. Just the one over, but he's taking the blinder of a catch. It was straight to him, and if it sticks, it's going to stick. But firmly off the bat of Tank, and it's Tank for a reason. You saw firsthand yesterday how firmly he strikes the ball. A sharp catch from Chandrapal Hemraj. Hit of the bat against the pads first side. Abdullah was batting so well, and he's gone in the 40s.
You won't be happy with that dismissal. He was well set, batting well over 200% strike rate. The tempo that the Philadelphians needed after losing 2 quick wickets. He's played beautifully, Syed Abdullah. Leaving for 41 of 20 deliveries. The game evenly poised again. That's what a wicket does.
Absolutely evenly poised as Karima Gore comes into the middle. Now came to bat at 4 yesterday, batting at 5 today. Again, we saw the Yash get the promotion early on in the innings. Was cleaned up by a beautiful in-swinger from Najaf Shah. So now it's going to be Karima Gore, who's played all over the country, and Milind Kumar, the very experienced player. But Milind Kumar hasn't really found any rhythm quite yet. Again, it was really Syed Abdullah who's doing the bulk of the scoring. Now Milind Kumar is going to have to find a way to get things going now and just help out Karima Gore at the other end.
Yeah, definitely the responsibility is all on his shoulders. Again, as the skipper of the team, it's an important situation of the game here, going close to 8.5 and over the required rate. So he's got to just pick up the tempo that Syed Abdullah had the team going at. The good thing about Philadelphia is they do have firepower at the back with Fu and Plunkett still in the sheds.
And Karima Gore off the mark right away with a quick sneaky single. And you can hear some yelling, and that is because no one was backing up that throw, and had Hashib not been able to handle it, they would have easily been able to come back for a second run. Again, we saw some lackluster stuff running between the wickets, sloppy in the field at times, the Cavaliers, and this is another example of that.
Yeah, definitely. Fielding that doesn't make me happy too, and a full toss that he's just crunched through the extra cover region for 4.
And that's what you can't do if you're Hashib. You've bowled so well, you've kept Milind Kumar really off his rhythm. That's a welcome shot there for Milind Kumar. Got a full toss, works it through covers, and that's going to do it. 8 overs gone, a wicket in the over, 66 for the loss of 3.
Bro, it's not the wedding. They're just doing the planning perfect right now. Okay.
What a shot that was from Karima Gore, fresh to the crease. That's a second delivery, and the second delivery gets sent over cow corner for 6.
Karima dribbling into what's this road's name?
This is Church. This is Church Street. This is
Church
the
Street,
actual
okay,
Church Street Park here. Church Street.
Rolling down into McCrimmon Parkway.
Absolutely rolling down to McCrimmon Parkway. That was an absolute splendid shot. Sending it over to Sheets, saying, "Send me a milkshake down here. It's a little hot. I need something cool to refresh me off." But again, that's his second delivery, folks. Just shows you the power that Kremagor possesses.
That's a great shot. Just come in, identifying that that's in his zone, in his region. And he's really just smashed that over deep mid-wicket for 6. Great start to his innings.
And you talked about taking the snake by the head and how the snake will come with it once you do that. Damien Jacobs feels like that kind of bowler. If he gets going, the opposition just kind of gets put onto the back foot. If you take him out of the equation, now who's that wicket-taking bowler in the middle that, they're kind of banking on him to be that guy. You take him away, start hitting him around, now they got to invent new options.
Exactly. No, that's going to be a difficult stage for them to try and identify how to manufacture the bowling changes through this period of the game. But again, it's going to be difficult for the Cavaliers to stop this flow of runs. Because at the moment they got the rate down to under 8s. So now they can just, knock the ball around in this phase of the game. But again, a wicket will change a lot. It will bring in the likes of Fu and Plunkett. The earlier you get them in, the more pressure they're under, the better it is for a batting side.
Yeah, and the one thing you wouldn't mind if you're Damien Jacobs getting hit for that 6 is you've seen Kremagor with the intent to score, so that brings out the possibility of a top edge, of a miss hit, and opens up the field now. Maybe, you can take that catch at cow corner. There's a man out there. So again, the more positive we are, you can take wickets, but at this point it feels like dot balls might be a little bit bigger, but in the end, a wicket is a dot ball. Again, attacking the legs, Damien Jacobs is. It feels like he's kind of letting them off the hook, just allowing them to just kind of roll the wrist over in a vacant mid-wicket region inside the circle.
Yes.
Milking singles.
His line hasn't been good. I don't know him to bowl this straight. He's bowled quite straight on the leg stump. I mean, looking to bowl on the off stump would be an ideal situation for his execution of his skill.
Yeah, it just brings in the googly as well.
Yes.
From this line, the googly's never a worry. He has a right-handed batter. And that's a little better delivery, but still start a middle and leg. But again, the length that time I liked a lot more because you had to really stretch out.
Definitely.
Allow the ball to turn.
These guys are really good between the wickets, so any sort of bat in the slightest of gap, they're going to be taking advantage of that.
Something the Cavaliers really missed during their innings. That one outside the off stump and his cutaway. Sweeper cover is coming around. Will he be able to stop that one? Yeah, he will. They're just going to get a couple of runs from it. Again, good comeback here after being hit for 6. But for the Philadelphians, you did exactly the job. You got the run rate under 8, and you're just knocking it around now. This one again outside the off stump,
Great
again
shot.
cut away, and there's no chance for any fielder this time. Yeah, it's going to run all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Again, another expensive over from Damien Jacobs. Gives off the 6 from the very first delivery. Gives up a 4 from this one. Again, there's still a delivery to go in this over. If Damien Jacobs doesn't come away with the wicket, you're going to have to think twice about bringing him back on for a 3rd. This one flighted on leg stump and it's worked through the leg side. Has he pierced the gap well enough? No. But they're all going to be able to come back for 2. And that is going to end what has been a very expensive over from Damien Jacobs. And at the end of 9 overs, the Philadelphians, they are 83 for the loss of 3.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm going to order Buffalo Wild Wings.
And that is Chandrapal Hemraj back. As Dane's telling us what he's going to have for that lunch period. Again, it's a long day out here at Churchill
Let me know
Park.
what you guys think out there with Buffalo Wild Wings.
And you can let us
Some
know.
dried up.
You can follow the games on the Twitter live stream at MIL Cricket. Again, that's at MIL Cricket. You can also talk about what Dane Pete should order from Buffalo Wild Wings. Tag me at AP Sports News _ and we'll get your suggestions. And he might take one of your suggestions. He might have an idea already. But it's Chandrapal Hemraj back into the attack, bowling to the Philadelphians after Hashib goes for a pretty expensive over. They're going to bring back the experienced Chandrapal Hemraj.
A couple of overs too late for Hemraj. Difficult period of the game to bowl now after 2 big overs. Can't really force a wicket out of the opposition, because now they can just knock the ball around, having brought the rate down from quite 8.5 to the over down to 7.3.
Ooh, this one looks pretty straight, but I think it is going down leg.
That's not. Oh, and a throw and another run. Oh, there's a lot happening here.
It's all happening at the moment. There's a lot happening. That is the phrase. And again, just the backup not there from the Cavaliers. We saw them yelling just a couple overs previous that there was no backup. This time the backup far too far back and allows these two very quick runners to get by for another single. Again, something you can't have happen here, especially with the phase of this game. It could be anyone's at the moment. A wicket changes things. And if they can keep knocking it around, the Philadelphians are going to see themselves over the line.
I'm sorry. I know you're doing it.
Kimmy.
Sorry to keep bothering you. This kind of really scared.
No worries, no worries. So Chandrapal Hemraj keeping things tight. The overthrows don't result in too many extra runs, and that's going to do it for the 10th over. Halfway through the match, the Philadelphians, they are 88 for the loss of 3.
Southwest.
Welcome back to Church Street Park here, the site of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by
Sunoco.
There we go, the official
Couple of thanks of guests come my way, please, guys.
The official sponsor, Daffy making all of these things happen. And again, we're going to continue to see a change of end for Imral Hashib. So he's bowling from the Shiloh end previously, now bowling at the Cedar Fork end. This one, a wide slash there for Milind Kumar, but just going to be one. But again, all they have to do is just tap these balls around. Again, 7.73 is the required run rate, so you just need maybe one double in the over. Besides that, it's easy pickings right now for the Philly batsmen.
Love the intent that Kareem Agorn has shown through this innings. He's looked kind of busy, knocked the ball around. He's a good partner in this Milind Kumar. They can run quite well between the wickets. Always puts the fielding side under pressure.
There's a cut, but it's again only to sweep or cover, but that's not to worry for the Philadelphians. They're just going to want to keep singles rotating. There's going to be a bad ball maybe, and you just take advantage of that one. If not, you know at some point a bad ball will be bowled. You hit your boundary there, you basically just get all the runs you need. Again cut, but this time just to the infield. So 2 dots in the over, pretty quick over from Imral Hashib. That's going to do it, 11 overs gone, and the score reads 91 for the loss of 3.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Knock it, FK.
Back here at Church Street Park, look at the quick running here.
Wow.
They just understood, they know who the fielders are. It was a little bit slow to get to the ball. And the two of these guys, Milind Kumar and Kareem Agor, they said, we're going to continue to rotate you. We're putting pressure on you. And they took that second run.
Great awareness by the two, like I said in the previous over. Good. It's always good having a partner that's quite aware of what to do. And he's worked quite nicely through that period.
This time should just be kept to one, and it will be kept to one. Quick into the hands, quick out of the hands. Again, this over from Chandrapal Hemraj from the Shiloh end. I'm wondering if he prefers bowling from the Shiloh end. He started at the Cedar Fork end, only bowled the one over, and then was brought onto the Shiloh end with Hasib, who was already bowling 2 overs previous to this, and then his third over came from the Cedar Fork. So I think that had to have been something. Maybe Chandrapal said, hey, I'd rather bowl from this end of the ground. Milind Kumar not been in full flow, but he hasn't had needed to do too much. Just keep working singles around. And we know once he gets in, he likes to use the feet and get down the track, over covers.
Yes.
Played these spinners. But right now it's Kareem Agor who's been the more aggressive of the two. And shots like that, nearly a one-handed stunner. It was slower in the air, it stuck in the wicket. Kareem Agor went for the big shot back down the ground and just gets out of the right hand of Chandrapal Hemraj. How spectacular would this catch would have been?
That's definitely a game-changing moment. If he had held onto that catch, it would have brought in the likes of Fu and Plunkett to try and get the game over the line for the Philadelphians. But it's evenly poised at the moment after a quiet over in the previous one. It's a big couple of deliveries this for Hemraj, and there's a stop in play. What for? Maybe the ball?
Yeah, we'll have to get a look, but look at the kids and look at all the fans out here. Again, it's hot, so not as many as there will be tonight, but always some people here to watch some cricket at Church Street Park. It is a lovely place to be. There's a playground here for all the kids that you're seeing, so they can watch and be on the playground. If you want to go play some tennis during some interval breaks, you could do that. Again, a multi-use facility in Church Street Park, one of the best facilities in all of the USA. Yes, and you've called it, Dane. It is going to be a ball check. Again, the previous delivery just came off the hand of Chandrapal Hemraj. So what must have been on the hand of Chandrapal Hemraj to damage the ball like that?
Yes.
And again, it has been beat up, hit the light poles, hit the bleachers a couple of times, hit the road. So maybe some scuffs, and now the umpires say...
making a change.
It is that time. So the players are going to get some much-needed water. And we're going to take just a short break while they get the ball. No, Najib Shah has already gotten the ball out. Very quick to do so. Again, as soon as he saw the water being brought in, he said, okay, the ball's ready to be picked.
Yes.
Don't want to let anyone get overly hydrated.
Another SG test LE on the way.
The balls have been great. We've seen some swing. Haven't seemed to be deteriorating too much. You've had an up-close and in-person look. The ball seemed to be holding shape all the way through the innings.
Oh my god, can I call this over? Yeah. Yeah, he's fine. Sorry, you said cool. Oh my god, because that's a...
Chandrapal Hemraj straight down the leg side. Welcome back to what, Dane? You tell me what we're welcoming back to.
Minor League 2022, presented by
Sunoco. You forgot the Toyota though, Dane. We got to work on that.
Toyota, sorry.
The 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket
I
Championship.
love the Tundra, by the way.
The Tundra looked great, didn't it?
Yes,
we got to see it here at Church Street Park for a little bit. Looked fantastic.
Yeah, Liam was driving it yesterday.
Yeah.
Looked really nice.
And right now the Philadelphians are driving this innings. 97 for the loss of 3 after 12.
Bang!
Kareem Agor showing off all the power that he's got. We saw one big slog sweep this time, back down the ground, over, long gone. And again, he's been the pick of the two batters at the moment. He's been more in touch, and he's showing off the power.
Great shot by Kareem Agor, using his feet, moving nice and late. Absolutely hammered that over mid-on for 6. Great shot by Kareem Agor.
And this is Hashib's final over, and he's said, I'm going to take advantage of some of these deliveries. And he's given a lot of flight on the delivery, and at times he's been just too full. And when there's a lot of flight, too full, Kareem Agor, we've seen him already play a couple of big shots. That one, just one of them. Again, takes the required run rate to 8.3. This time it's cut away through the offside. Gonna pick up a single. Exactly, it's smart cricket. You hit a 6, you take a single off the next ball.
That's good. That was last time, buddy. It's okay, buddy.
This time Midland Kumar using the legs like he often does to come down the track. Didn't get any bat on it. But Kareem Agor gets back on strike. They get the single. So again, already 8 runs in the over. Some funny things happening in the comm box. We'll spare you the details as this one is put back down the ground just for 1. Again, sometimes things just get harder than they should be, don't they, Dane?
Yes. We are now joined by the Orioles supporter, unfortunately. Mr. Nathan Hayes.
This one, Midland Kumar, quick on the back foot, but just able to find the fielder out in the deep. But again, that's 6 with 5 singles to go. That's an 11 run over. Exactly what you're looking for is the run rate's back under 8. And Hashib's final over.
Don't worry, man.
I know. Today it's right?
Yeah. Static one?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
It's okay.
Here we go. Fine. This delivery coming into Kareem Agor. Work through the leg side. Just an easy single. And that is going to do it for the 13th over. After 13, the score reads 108 for the loss of 3.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
This time you saw the drive from Kareem Agor. Just playing that extra cover drive. He's shown great intent. Just falling short of the fielder at short cover. Again, it's Chandrapal Hemraj coming back in from the Shiloh end. This time again his work just straight back to long off for a single.
Ball now running to the ball quite quickly after the shouting match they had a couple of overs ago.
They're going to make sure you remember, that's for sure.
100%, 100%.
Not going to make the same mistake again. Hemraj comes in, this time on the legs, work through the leg side. Just going to be 1. Again, these two not doing too much, don't have to do a lot. Have big hitters to come. So you just keep the game close, keep it interesting, and then
Philadelphians just look like they're happy with the situation at the moment. Midland Kumar striking 100. Kareem Agor coming in and just playing a positive frame of mind. Would love to have seen Kareem out in Namibia. Very close to my country of birth in South Africa. Very good cricketer, very good fielder. Adds a lot of dynamic, I'm going to make up a word, dynamicness to the US squad. But unfortunately, selection is not part of his. It's not made. It's not up to him to make that decision. But he's been playing good cricket at the moment.
Yeah, again, his spot. There's just a lot of left-arm orthodox bowlers.
Definitely. Like I said yesterday, about 3 million in the country.
3 million in the country, and you have a couple.
And only 2.9 play.
No, and that's definitely what the proportions feel like when you talk about guys like Nash Kenjige, Nisark Patel,
exactly,
Ali Sheikh, and Vatsal Vakela, just to name a couple. This one was close to the off stump. He got enough to cut. Quick run.
Not running Tariq Hill for cricket out. He's the Tariq Hill of cricket, old
that is for
Kareem
sure.
Magor.
That is for sure. Chased
really
down,
quick between the wickets.
Chased down a couple of Liam Plunkett's
Definitely.
wide balls, and now he's gone and taken it off very late too. The ball was already basically in the hands of the fielder before he had gotten off, and the dive comes out well inside his crease.
No substitute for pace. That.
Oh, no substitute. Whether you're bowling or whether you're running, no substitute for pace. Speed kills, the expression goes. And he's going to demand some water after that one. He's got a couple cuts on his arm. I've actually dove on this wicket before. It's not fun. I had my elbows cut up a bunch. You know, when you come in at the end and Abhiram Bolasetti's at the other end, you say, all right, Abhiram, you take strike. I'm running twos no matter where you hit it. So you're just diving around out there.
6 overs to go, 52 required. Interesting to see how they would manage this phase of the game. It's been a couple of quiet overs since the onslaught of the spinners in that middle period.
Again, they've just been rotating around, just a couple of shots from Kareem Magor since the onslaught of Syed Abdullah.
Yeah.
But since he's gone, kind of slowed down a bit, but they've been smart enough to not eat up dot balls, rather just singles. And again,
hopefully another super over, man.
Maybe another super over. We might have to push the 5:30 game to 6, and we know something crazy is going to happen under the lights at Church Street. Again, it's built. Something exciting's here.
The rain's moved away too, so that's good.
I told you at the very beginning, it doesn't rain at Church Street until the last ball of cricket is bowled.
Only if the Raptors have to train at Church Street.
Again, it only knows match days. Practice days on a day. It takes into account. And Kareem Abdul just with a couple cuts on his arm, tying up his shoes, getting back into the state of things. 14 overs gone, 112 runs on the board. Looks like we're going to get to see some Umaid Asif come into the attack, so they're going to take off some spin and bring on the big 6'5" Pakistani pacer. Again, Dane Pete's favorite cricketer.
Mr. Iron Man himself. 6'5". To think that wide receivers are 6'5" in the NFL. That's 6'5", but they not just 200 pounds. They're a lot bigger than 200 pounds.
6'5", 200 to run 40 yards in 4.4 seconds. They're freaks of
220.
nature.
Metcalf's like 235.
Yeah, it's just special to watch. DK Metcalf is just a force of nature.
Oh.
I mean, you see him get hit and the defender's injured. He's the one who's standing upright.
Here we go, Mr. Iron Man.
A freak of nature.
Make it happen.
Right. Go short. Just worked off the pads by Milind Kumar. Gonna get one.
Big over this in the context of the game, I think. A quiet 1 year will just push that rate up to about 9.5 in the required rate. But again, last night, Kezran Archibald and Abram Jacobus Pina are showing that 27 of 2 is possible. End up getting 26 and end up being a super over. So hopefully the same thing happens here. Hopefully the Philadelphians get 51 runs in 6 overs and we're back into a super over.
It'd be something special. We saw 2 super overs yesterday. To have a super over today as well. Again, every game here at Church Street has been exciting.
That's our plan. I told you. That's been our team discussions. I'm like, boys, let's make it a close one so we get more fans.
Absolutely, gotta appeal to the fans.
We want people from Charlotte to be driving down for games now. Okay.
I think you're gonna get more and more of it. Again, the Raptors 1-off-1, and then the super over. So things heat up at Church Street Park, and again, we're gonna have people all over the country kind of come down and say, Church Street Park on the lights? Yeah, let's make an exception. Let's do it.
It's free entry, by the way.
That is also true, free entry. If you get here early enough, you can park at the ground. If not, there's parking close enough. There's shuttles that will loop around, so
you can meet Baba Bai if you want to.
Absolutely, you can see everybody in the comm box and
like to resurrect the Chipotle order yesterday.
Maybe you could show him how to change the location on
Exactly.
the app
He's
as
in
well.
all kinds of trouble here at the moment.
The Philadelphians, though, they've gotten out of the phase of trouble from the earlier state. Somerset Cavaliers would love to get a wicket in, just reassert themselves in the match. Coming into Milind Kumar. Again, goes back of a length. Milind Kumar does well to pull this one.
They look nice and composed, do the Philadelphians. There's a lot of discussion between the Cavs trying to find a way to get a wicket. Again, a wicket changes everything. A couple of boundaries change everything. So, evenly poised at the moment, in my opinion. It's creeping up to 9 and over. But we do know, in 2020, anything's possible. It's just how you stay in the fight and try to compete for as long as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, reminiscent of the partnership yesterday between Obis Pinar and Sanjay Stanley. They're just rotating it around, didn't try to do too much, hitting the ball down the ground. And again, that's what Obis did all the way through. He was able to carry it. And then the last over, the flurry of boundaries. I mean, again, we know the big hitters to come for the Philadelphians. Jonathan Fu, a match winner. Liam Plunkett, quick fire 40 yesterday. So if they can keep it close, they would like their chances in the last 5.
Ball.
This one, a slower delivery, dipped quite
Good
nicely
dot
on
ball.
Kremagor.
Very good dot ball, that.
Followed him as he moved outside the off stump. Didn't allow him to free his arms or hit through the line through the leg side.
Now there's a bit of chat from the Cavs. They know the game's getting nice and tight. I think out of all the teams in the minor league 2022, sorry, the Toyota minor league 2022, presented by
Sunoco,
the Cavs do need something special.
They definitely do need something special. They have a lot of special players. This one is short. Is it legal? And it's going to be given wide by the umpire. The New Jersey Cavaliers, they don't like it.
I always love the reaction. Cricket in America, always love the reaction from the side of the field.
Again, still talking to the umpire about it. Again, it looked close on camera and live in person.
Xavier Marshall saying every time you bowl a short ball, it's a wide ball. How is that possible? He's asking.
Well, he's not going to bowl another short ball because
Well, that's the one for the over.
And again, for those of you new to the game, maybe watching for the first time, if he bowls another one of those types of deliveries, the batsman gets a free hit, which means it is ruled a no ball and they get a free hit, which means cannot be bowled, cannot be caught. The only way you can get out is a run out, and he's just basically gotten a free ball to hit away.
It's a batter's game, Aman. It's a batter's game.
Definitely a batter's game here in 2022. This one straight down the leg side, worked around the corner, and it's just going to be, they thought about 2 for a while, but the throw came out a lot quicker than expected. It's just going to be 1. So here we go. We have 1 delivery left in this 15th over before we head to the last 5 overs. 47 needed from 31 deliveries. All right, just ticked over 9 now.
Now it gets interesting at 9 and over with a scoreboard pressure. It's all about keeping calm in the situation. The Iron Man needs to bowl a big ball here to see the over out.
Goes back of a length, goes on the legs again. It's just going to be 1 to finish off the over. So at the end of 15, 118 for the loss of 3 as we head to the last 5.
Still look at the board, all right? Don't get carried away.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by
Sunoco.
Sunoco and
Sunoco.
No, you're not wrong. I'm just saying I don't know how to say it your way, so I have to say it my way. But
Sunoco.
we are headed into the final phase of the game, and it's Damien Jacobs being brought on for a third, and should have been the wicket of Milind Kumar. He came down the track, a big slog through the line. He's missed everything. He's missed the stumps, and the keeper, he's put it down. Remember, not the normal keeper, Pranav Rao. He's dealing with an injury. The new keeper is Abhishek Prabhu, unable to collect that one cleanly and get rid of the Philly captain.
What a moment in the game this is. That would have been a massive wicket for the Cavs. They desperately did need that. Good piece of bowling by Damien Jacobs, enticing the captain Milind Kumar into the shot. And here we go.
This time it's cut. It's done well to save
fielding by Xavier Marshall.
Could have easily gone away to the boundary for 4. Just keeps it to 1. And again, that's the big thing here. I think you're going to see a change in approach, though, from the Philadelphians. They've been happy to just take 1s and 2s. Now in the last 5 with Plunkett and Fu in the dugout, you're going to go in to see Kareem Agor, Milind Kumar be a little bit more aggressive and look to hit more boundaries.
This is over that has to be bowled.
This one up in the air, and it was wide, it was short, and he split the gap out there on the offside. It's 4 runs, and Kareem Agor, another boundary to his name.
I'd love to see a field change if Damien Jacobs to go with that tactic, bowling wide. Get 3 points in, get an extra cover out in the sweeper boundary and try to protect that kind of delivery. But all in all, it wasn't a good delivery execution by Damien Jacobs. But again, bowlers are a machine, so here we go.
This time again, it was a little fuller in length, so couldn't quite get underneath it, and just gone away for 1. Kareem Agor feels like he missed out on that one. Felt he should have put that one in the same area.
Slightly quicker this time through the air. Here's a big ball in the over.
This one's staying low again. He's just dropped it in front of front of deep mid wicket. And the second time we've seen a ball stay low, both to Milind Kumar. He was on the back foot quick, and he had to play it around maybe his knee height, shin height, to get that one out.
It's starting to change the nature of the pitch. Needs a big roller on here, maybe just to bind everything up again.
This time it was fuller, but it's
a good dot ball. 2 dot balls in the over. He still wins the over, I think Damien Jacobs does.
Absolutely, just the 1 boundary conceded. So we look at the score at the end of 16 overs, 125 on the board, 39 needed from the last 24.
For sure.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park. 4 overs left in the match. 39 runs needed from the Philadelphians. Remember, Milind Kumar given a life by Abhishek Prabhu in the previous over. But that won't matter much unless he hits the winning runs, because then that moment becomes extra important. It's going to be captain v captain. Najib Shah bringing himself in from the Cedar Fork in, which he's bowled the majority of his overs here at Church Street. 39 for 24. Nearly chops on. It's just going to be 1.
Come on, super over.
But the Philadelphians are going to need some work to get that super over in play. Kareem Agor's played some good shots, but against Najib Shah, never easy. And I think I saw one of the shots of the weekend from Heath Richards yesterday with the switch hit against Najib Shah over a point for 6 on his first delivery up.
Maybe see a bit of that later on.
Yeah, the Atlanta Lightning play the second match. So we might get to see a couple flurries from him.
Yeah, definitely. Baba is still trying to resurrect that order.
He's got 3 phones in his hand. Not 1, not 2, but 3.
3 phones.
busy. Maybe
Hopefully
the
this
busiest man in
production
Morsel.
team can get something into their stomachs.
Maybe the busiest man in Morsel at the moment, Mr. Babar Beg. But here we go. Second delivery of the over. Najib Shah coming into Kareem Agor. It's hit straight back down the ground. I think he's going to go all the way. Good effort there from the fielder, but he's just not quick enough. It was hit firmly, struck firmly, straight back, straight as an arrow, and that's 4 more to Kareem Agor.
Very, very good shot that. Just got a chirp in the commentary tent. Hopefully that's not 5. Good piece of fielding that. Unfortunately not getting a stiff enough hand to keep the ball in play. But a very good shot by the US international Kareem Agor, penetrating it down the ground and getting a boundary.
Again, he's looked much more in flow than Milind Kumar at the other end. He's been the one to really score. One side of the went out is more Milind Kumar, just anchoring it around. But it's been Kareem Agor with the big swipes, the big 6s, the 4s for the majority of this partnership. And that was a terrific delivery right outside off stump. Try to dig it out and squeeze it through point. Try to do what Dane Pete did a couple of days earlier.
Yes,
unable to execute.
Just get bat on ball. You know, that's how we trained in South Africa. We always trained at the death. Guys bowl good Yorkers. You always try to get the ball out, manipulate the ball through the third man region. And that's what I tried to execute yesterday, a couple of days ago. It's a very underrated shot in my opinion. If you go deep in your crease, you have enough time just to manipulate the ball through the third man region. If the third man's out, there's a possibility of beating the keeper and the third man. So if there's enough pace on the ball, obviously.
This time down the legs, it's going to hit him in the pads. Can attack the heels of Kareem Agor.
Execution's been amazing.
You expect nothing less from the Somerset captain. And just keeping things tight. It feels eerily similar to yesterday, doesn't it, Dane?
It does.
Because it's like 10
I feel a lot calmer though sitting here watching the game.
And not as much stress from this side of the fence.
Yes.
I'm sure in the dugout though, must have been.
We were getting excited closer to the end, but we always thought that we were into the game. Like I said earlier, the young Bolasetti's innings just changed the momentum of our game. It would be nice for him to smack the winning runs, but yeah, it was a complete team effort from everybody involved.
Absolutely was. It was brilliant to watch. This one a full toss, Milind Kumar, just shows you the way he's struggling, unable to really get much on it, and it's just going to be one. You feel like you missed out when you get a full toss, and this over from Najib Shah, not able to produce many runs.
Yeah, no. Sometimes in cricket, the low full toss is probably the most underrated delivery in the game. A lot of guys expect the ball to be length, Yorker, and all of a sudden it's a lot fuller. You're not quite ready for it. It rushes you because it doesn't bounce. So his execution has been good so far, Najib Shah. It's important that he bowls these two deliveries and closes the over out.
We go into Kareem Agor, who had a 4 against him earlier in the over. Another great delivery. He was backing across. He just followed him. They're thinking about 2, but quick enough who made that stiff to keep it to 1.
Over bowled.
And that's going to do it. 133 on the board after 17. Welcome back to Church Street Park as we head into the final 3 overs. And we saw, oddly enough, spinners in the first innings in the death, and Damian Jacobs back to finish out his full quota.
Huge over
This
for
could
both teams.
really turn the match around. Kareem Agor come across his stumps there, hit him outside the off stump, was looking to take it over mid-wicket. There's a vacancy there. but unable to get bat on ball. So it's Milind Kumar, who again was given a life in Damien Jacobs' previous over. But a good start to the over for the Somerset Cavaliers. Gets just one from it. At this point, you're going to need boundaries if you're the Philadelphians.
Definitely. It's a close game.
This one's short, wide, should be put away, and it is. Looks like it was one bounce over the rope. That is the signal from the umpire. Again, he's bowled a couple of those, and all of them have been punished. Milind Kumar finally gets one that he's able to put away for 4.
Yeah, that was a complete drag down. Yes, the field change that I spoke about earlier. The deep extra cover out, 3 points in place. But again, too much width given by Damien Jacobs. And now the rate's back under 10 and over. So game on again.
The ebbs and flows have been brilliant throughout the day. 26 needed from 16 now. And how does Damien Jacobs back up that drag down? With another one, it's slashed, hard. There's no fielder on the deep there. It's 4 more. That one didn't quite bounce, but Milind Kumar washed it all the way, got his bat underneath it, got it over the top. 4 more, 10 from the last 2.
That's an amazing cricket shot again. Again, with all the experience that Milind Kumar does have, he understands the type of delivery that Damien Jacobs is trying to bowl. So he just sets himself expecting the ball to come that way. And he just chipped it over point with a bit of a slice, like a tennis slice, and it's gone for 4.
This time came down the track. Has he been stumped this time? Yes, the finger has been raised this time. No mistake from Abhishek Prabhu. Damien Jacobs saw the early movement from Milind Kumar, pushed it out wider, and Prabhu makes no mistakes this time with the gloves. After a flurry of boundaries from Milind Kumar, really his first real shots of the day, he's got to depart.
Game on still, game on still. Got a feeling that the game is on. A couple of balls too late. Interesting tactic though. I'm a big believer in bowling the ball on the line of the stumps, just controlling the length. But here comes, what does he have in his back? JJ. Looks like it. Number 19 in, Jonathan Fu.
And you can hear some sledging, a high-class player coming in, and definitely that indeed a high-class player. Someone who finished games off all throughout the entirety of last year's minor league. Again, Dane Pete on the receiving end on one of those, and I'm sure that one's burned in the memory somewhere.
Yes. There's a bit of infighting going on, so that's all I'm interested in. I'm listening out here. Some Jamaican aggressiveness going out there, as you can hear.
Yeah, Damien Jacobs just having a word with the man deep at the mid-wicket. Again, all eyes on
Jonathan. Kind of stuff that I like.
The intensity out there in the field, definitely at an all-time high.
Yes.
It's Jonathan Fu now, and you can see the big warm-up. He's got a big bat, big swing, and he knows what he can do with the bat in hand. Again, didn't have success yesterday. Can he deliver? This is why he was brought back. This one's short. He gets on it. Fielders are converging on it, and they're not going to be able to get there. It's in that same region. Damien Jacobs cries for catch it. It fell short of any fielder, and it was in the gap. That's 4 more. So after a wicket, immediately a boundary follows.
Yes, not a good delivery by Damien. Dropped it quite short. Again, sometimes that's what makes him good in this format of the game, is inconsistency. That's a big delivery that was for the Philadelphians. Gets a 4 of his first ball, does Jonathan Fu. It's 18 required of 13 deliveries.
This time it's wide outside the off stump. It's hit straight to the sweeper cover. They're pushing to no. Fu says no. And it's just going to be 1. And maybe a little bit fortunate with that delivery.
The end of Damien Jacobs' spell, that is. Ends up going for 39 in his 4 overs. Sorry, 49 in his 4 overs.
Did you get the stumping?
You shooting me too?
I do. We didn't
You had a very nice inning.
Yeah.
That's what I just did.
What ball, man?
You take some of those shots?
All right.
Where do I get them? I'm working for the league. Okay.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Again, would not be possible without all of our sponsors, the aforementioned ones, and the official sponsor, Dafa News. As we head into the last 2 overs, the last 12 deliveries, it's going to be Umaid Asif bowling from the Shiloh end. Interesting decision, Najib Shah. He's saved himself for the final over.
Yes.
He's going to bowl for the Shiloh end. You see Umaid from the cedar fork. Again, normally they've been reversed, where Umaid's bowls from the Shiloh end and Najaf from the cedar fork, but they've reversed it here. Here we go into Jonathan Fu. And he's put it straight back down the ground. He's only going to... Oh, no, it's a misfield. Should have been kept just to 1. It's going to at least be 2, and it's 4. You can't afford those misfields. Dane Pete, you can hear his expression, and that's exactly why. That's 4, and that makes the equation 13 from 11.
No! Whoa.
It seemed very regulation. I don't think it really did anything to him.
No,
it
didn't.
Went through.
He went into a long barrier position, and there was a huge gap between Najaf Shah, obviously the captain, not really happy with that piece of fielding. I'm lost for words, Aman. Really lost for words.
Again, should have been just kept to 1 at the most. Instead, it's 4. Jonathan Fu gets back on strike, and it's 13 from 11. How the complexion of the match changes with that equation.
Changes.
And this is the kind of pressure these final overs do bring. This time Jonathan Fu comes down, he slices it up in the air. It's going to fall short of any fielder, and they're just going to get 1 because you got the 4 on the previous delivery. Again, it's not a big deal just having 1. If it was just a single, that would mean you would be dealing with 16 from 10.
Yes.
You're dealing with 12 from 10.
Yeah, it's a complete change of the game. But as we do know, the game is never over.
Never over.
Kareem Agor struck the ball beautifully today, so I would like him to take it over the line for the Philadelphians. I'm trying to get their campaign up and running again after last night's defeat.
Again, a heartbreaking and very, very close defeat for the Philadelphians. Went to the super over and again found themselves going to be a match that comes down to this final over is what it was looking like. I'm going to need their finishers. This time they've got the bat in hand in regulation time. This one's chipped up. It's going to be fall safely. They're going to push for 2, and I think they're going to get it quite easily in the end. Again, quick between the wickets. And that 4 just changed this entire over, because if that's 1, then it's 1 again, and then it's 2, and it looks totally different. Now it's 10 from 9.
They haven't quite covered themselves in glory, to be honest, in the field all weekend. Have the Cavaliers. It's close games that they've been involved in. They could have been 3-1 or 4-0, but unfortunately, they are 0-4 at the moment.
On the verge of 0-5. This one is full and straight. It's worked through the leg side. Is he going to be able to stop it? He will. Can he stop 2? No, but it is going to be an easy 2 and make it a runnable 8 from 8. You can see Kareem Agor, he's a little bit gassed. He's been running hard. It's hot. He's got the pads on for quite some time, facing 36 deliveries. He's been a big part of their place.
Huge part. 2 runs to go for young Kareem Agor to get to a very well played 50. He's going to be a massive part of why they get to the score if they do get there, the Philadelphians. Batting at a strike rate of what, that 133, which is always good. And Fu's just come in and played the way that we know him to play. 10-4, a change in the field, as Aman, you wanted to say?
Yeah, third man being brought back, fine leg brought back, and square leg comes touch straighter. It's interesting to see where he'll go. He does go short. Kareem Agor whips it across to the leg side. It is just going to be 1, but still, that's all they need. It's 7 from 7 now.
7 from 7. Hopefully a dot ball here, which basically means 8 of 6 of the last over. From the Cavaliers' point of view, for the Philadelphians' point of view, they would want Jonathan Fu back on strike, which means a single of the last ball of the over.
Again, you're just looking for singles now. If you're the Philadelphians, don't have to do anything fancy. You don't need to finish it off in style. Would it be cool? Absolutely. It could be for a great highlight, but you should just be looking to work it around. So again, you can hear the conversation between Gore and Fu. Again, a dot ball would be ideal here. If you are the Somerset Cavaliers, a wicket would be even better. We got to find a way to stack these on top of each other. It's short.
Bowled. Great piece of bowling.
And not every short ball is a wide.
Is a wide. There we go.
There you go. 7 from the last over. Another exciting match here at Church Street Park. Do not go anywhere.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
I'll be on the other
Welcome back to Church Street Park. Here we're in the final over. It's Najaf Shah who's going to bowl. It's Kareem Agor on strike. Kareem Agor on 49, but I don't think he cares about that really at all. It's the 7 from 6 that he is going to look at, and for everybody involved, they'd want Kareem Agor to at least get a single off this delivery.
I really hope that they only get 6 runs in this over.
Again, a super over. We had one yesterday. Why not one today on Sunday? And it's July 3rd here, Sunday in Warsaw, North Carolina. A small town, but action-packed. Church Street, a big part of that. Here we go. Najaf Shah into Kareem Agor. Goes full straight. It's a great delivery. It's hit straight back, and that is going to be 50, but they're pushing for 2. Jonathan Fu is going to get back. Kareem Agor.
Oh, my goodness.
And he is out. He gets 50, and he's run out. Najaf Shah didn't touch the ball. It was a great throw in from the deep, and you can see he's hurt himself on the process, which is not something you want to see either.
Hopefully it's cramp.
Hopefully that's what it is.
Hopefully he's cramp. Hopefully he's not injured.
But there you go, 50 and out for Kareem Agor, and that's huge because it puts the new man, which we presume will be Liam Plunkett, on strike.
Unfortunately, not good awareness by Kareem Agor. Really unfortunate. He was watching his partner in full, didn't quite watch that side, and the ball came through and knocked the stumps down. So only 1 run scored of that over, and a bonus for the Cavs. The new batsman on strike will probably be Liam Plunkett. So this is it. The 2 finishes at the crease now.
There you go. It's going to be 6 from the last 5. Again, Kareem Agor fought so well. He gets a 50. Will not give any celebration because what he will focus on is he got run out here. They were pushing hard for 2, and then it was a great throw. It was straight on line, and it went directly from the man here at long on, straight on to hit the leg stump of Kareem Agor. You see he's just gingerly walking off.
But a great innings.
Fabulous innings. Again, it's why the Philadelphians are in this chase in the first place. Came in with Syed Abdullah, got out, and just kept the scoring going. It looks, we're hoping it is just a cramp. He does have a pretty severe limp at the moment, but he is walking on his own, which is always a good sign.
Always a good sign.
And now it brings out Liam Plunkett. Again, a quick fire 40 yesterday. He's going to need a quick fire 6. That's all that's required. 6 from the last 5. Najaf Shah with the ball in hand. You have to assume he's going full and straight.
100% going full and straight.
And never an easy position to be put in, no matter who you are.
Yes.
Last over, pressure, and you're facing your first delivery. Again.
So, 3rd man up. Point in. Extra cover in. Mid-wicket in. So I got 5 in the ring, nice and aggressive, trying to stop the single. 3rd man's being waved to go back. Okay, good call by Najaf. Very good call, because Liam might just swing it outside edge and it tickles away for 4, which completely changes.
Also that squeeze out that he played against the Raptors a bunch of times, and you played against.
Yes.
Let's see what happens here. Najaf in to Liam Plunkett, makes some room for himself, works it to point.
Well bowled.
And
Good
well
fielding.
fielded as well. Had that cleared point, could have gone all the way for 4. It's just going to be 1. Dane, a super over seems to be more and more likely. 5 from 4 now.
I'm hoping for that, yeah. How about a wicket here? Straight up in the air.
It's Jonathan Fu. We know he likes to finish things off in style, not afraid to try to swing through it if it's there. Again, Najaf Shah, he's been in a lot of these situations, I think a lot more than he would have liked to have been early on this minor league cricket championship. Again, against the Raptors, against the Stallions last week.
Yes.
With Saite Jamukamala flicking him down to find leg for 4. There was 3 needed off the last delivery there, so anything is possible. Again, 5 from 4 needed now. And Najaf just wants to have a talk.
Slowing everything down, yeah.
Just keeping Jonathan Fu off rhythm. Making him reset. Again, important to keep a player like Jonathan Fu from really setting in and getting acclimated. Want to keep him off balance, because once he's in, he's very difficult to deal with in the death. Comes down the track and he's stranded him. That's incredibly smart. Saw the movement
Great
early
piece of bowling.
and didn't give him any width to work with.
Great piece of bowling. That's fantastic piece of bowling. Nice and smart. Seeing Fu coming down the crease. Completely changed his line and his length and tucked him up nicely. Not just as having a think at the middle of the wicket, trying to think where he's going to bowl right now.
An interesting ploy here. He's going to bring in his long on. Again, if you're going to go bowl full and straight, you would think you would have at least one of the 2 fielders out, but he's
Got to go for it, yeah. They don't want to super overdo the Cavs. They're going to go for it.
Wow, they brought everyone inside the circle apart from a 3rd man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And you can see the field set here. Everyone
and the
in.
fine leg's still out too. So it'll be interesting if he goes back of a length or bouncer. They've got a deep square out, they've got the fine leg out, and they've got the 3rd man out. So it could be a bluff here, trying to get Liam hanging back on the back foot and try to knock his poles out, or a bouncer. This is it. There's a massive delivery in the context of the game.
Let's see what happens. It was a bluff, and he's worked it well to win mid-wicket. Direct hit.
Oh!
Not going to be, but again, a good backup there. Keeps it to just 1.
I would love to have seen how close that was. Richard Allen played a beautiful innings. Had to knock those poles over with him, a massive wicket in the context of the game. I think a great piece of bowling by Najaf Shah there. The field was definitely set for something short, but it ended up being a very good Yorker. Great execution.
Backing himself there, and like you said, had that run out been hit, not only is the wicket of Liam Plunkett, but it's also a dot ball. And again, the super over more and more likely with 3 from 2 required. Dane called it for it early.
I hope it's a super over.
And word that the groundsmen are calling it the Church Street Magic. And something magical about Mooresville, definitely.
Yeah. Sweeper going out now, so that's the field change for Fu. Now he's a good slicer of the ball.
Interesting to see if Fu will come down the track again. Last time Najaf jammed him up. Here we go. No, stays in his crease.
Ball.
Straight back.
Ball.
Should just be 1. It is. No.
Here we go, boys. Super over.
It's 2 from 1.
Here we go.
Is Liam Plunkett on strike?
Super over.
Again, Dane Peace been calling for the super over for a very, very long time. Would be a consecutive super over here at Church Street. I mean, the Lightning and the Yorkers have to wait to play their match. So we have a super over. And
here we go. There's a congress of men coming together now. They can speak about where you're going to bowl. I think it's quite simple, to be honest.
You go back to the Yorker.
100%. Got nothing to lose. At the end of the day, he's executed it beautifully. He's known for bowling this. So let's see. Super over. I think the town of Mooresville is going to start charging people to come watch it.
Might be a good investment there to start charging. You have someone sitting at the gate. Again, you can see every member of this team, apart from the wicketkeeper, the deep men, are there, and they are in this huddle. Again, where do you bowl? What is the idea? Do you keep any fielders out? I think you have to.
I would love to hear this conversation right now.
We need a mic in there. We need Nate Hayes running in with his
100%.
microphone.
Yeah, I would love to see what's happening or hear what's happening in that conversation. He's bowled 5 perfect deliveries in this over. But I just like to see the commitment I love to see the commitment from these guys. At the end of the day, when we woke up this morning, we knew that this was going to happen. We know there's going to be a close game at Church Street Park. And I'm just thinking about we playing tomorrow. And another close finish, probably.
Yeah, it's been close finishes all around. And I saw a tweet, or excuse me, it was a message that I got. It said, we need an all or nothing at Morrisville. All or nothing is a documentary to have everyone mic'd up.
Prime,
and
right?
Exactly what they need
My
right
favorite
here.
one was the Cowboys. I really enjoyed the Cowboys one and the Man City one. That was brilliant.
It is brilliant. Here we go. Jinx, there we go. It's Najaf Shah coming in. He's bowling to Liam Plunkett. Again, he's going to hold us back. He's going to make it suspenseful. He's going to keep the suspense going. Looking, where do you bowl? You have to imagine it is the Yorker. Get Liam Plunkett. Squeeze it out for 2.
Super over, super over, super over.
That is the desire from Dame Pete. Will it take place? It's hit, and he squeezed it out. Are they going to push for 2? It looks
super
like
over.
Jonathan Fu shut it
super
down.
Over.
Jonathan Fu shut it down. Liam Plunkett was eager, and that's it. It is going to be a super over. Consecutive super overs at Church Street Park. A wild laugh from Dane P because he's been calling it since maybe the 13th over. And there you go, 163. That's what the board reads. And the Somerset Cavaliers done a great job keeping themselves in the game. The Philadelphians, they'll be back out to bat. But my goodness me, Dane, what a match we have just seen, and we still have more to come.
Fantastic end to the game. A lot of credit needs to go to the skipper taking the responsibility of bowling the last over. And at the end of the day, he's going to go have a sip of some Tandapani, come back and bowl the super over again. So that's it. It's just the decision that the Philadelphians need to come up with to understand who's going to face the super over from Najaf Shah. It's going to be utter stupidity if they go away from Najaf Shah. He's bowled a beautiful over, defended 7. It takes a lot of skill to do that. Not many bowlers in the world that can do that.
Absolutely.
And he's just completely done that. So yet another super over for the Church Street locals.
And again, I'm with you. Najaf Shah to me is bowling. Who do you send out to bat? We look at the batting scorecard. Derek Ryan quickly undone by Najaf Shah. We saw Syed Abdullah have a much better inning, scored 41 off 21. Yash Gangurda was undone by Shah for no run. Milind Kumar scored 48 but never really seemed in flow. Kareem Agor got to 50. Jonathan Fu was 12 off of 7 and Liam Plunkett 3 off of 3.
Yes.
Who are you sending out to face the super over?
Kareem Agor is obviously an option, but he's cramped up. And it's going to be kind of difficult for him to come in and run. Again, Milind Kumar's had some time in the middle. Jonathan Fu's an option. Liam Plunkett's an option. But I'd like probably a left-right-hand combination to try and kind of mix up what they're facing. But at the end of the day, thankfully it's a decision that we don't have to make. But it's also interesting to think about how the Philadelphians will come out and bowl who they would want to bowl, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think
it's a fantastic outcome to this game because it's an interconference game, so it's going to be a close finish, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and again, to me, Syed Abdullah played so well. He has great touch. He's showing it off today, and I think if you're going to bowl those Yorkers, that touch could be very vital to squeeze them out and at least keep it rotating. Again, Milind Kumar didn't have the cleanest of days, but a good runner between the wickets. And Kareem Agor would obviously be an option that you would definitely deploy.
Yes.
It's just the cramps.
Yes.
Can he come out and bat?
That's the only unfortunate thing for him. And at the end of the day, he's come on and tried probably to try and get the most out of this. So they're going to have to plan to get anything more than 10.
Yes.
If they don't get anything more than 10, they're going to be under pressure at the end of the day. So this is a massive over. Najaf Shah's just bowled an unbelievable over, executing it to a T. But let's see how this goes. This is going to be a fantastic end to yet another great game of cricket.
An absolutely fantastic end. And again, Najaf Shah has to be the man with the ball in his hand, going to bowl 2 consecutive overs. Who's the guy coming in? Again, Jonathan Fu, he's a great finisher for them. We saw an incredible matchup between these two sides. Remember yesterday in the Super Over, the Raptors put up 14. The scoreboard pressure kind of sank in on the Philadelphians, and it just didn't allow them to really get going. They sent out Milind Kumar and Syed Abdullah yesterday. That was the opening pair they sent out. Back-to-back Super Overs for them. Do they go with the same pair? That'll be the interesting question. They sent out, I believe it was Derek Narayan who came in after that as well. So do they go with those three? Again, Derek Narayan not showing anything today. We know he can hit the ball well, though. Again, decisions to be made. Familiar territory for the Philadelphians. Maybe, what are we saying, 13, 14 overs ago, hours ago, they were in the same position.
Exactly the same position.
And now they're back in it. The Somerset Cavaliers. Look, Najib Shah has the ball in hand. There's no question about it. Again, their field is set. We're waiting for the incoming batters. Another super over in Morrisville. Is there any place you'd rather be right now in terms of minor league cricket than Morrisville, North Carolina?
You only have two options, either Texas or Morrisville, isn't it? But I'd rather be here, to be honest.
There you go. And still awaiting the two batters, and they are coming out into the middle.
It's the same pair as yesterday.
It's going to be Milind Kumar and Syed Abdullah. And I like the move again. I thought Abdullah played very well today.
Very well, yes.
I think his touch is going to be good. Milind Kumar didn't have the greatest of days. Again, the scoreboard I think is better than what he actually did in terms of the fluency of his innings. But he's going to come in and run around well. I would expect Syed Abdullah to take a strike to start this one off.
Like you said, he got undone by the Yorker yesterday by Kevin Archibald. So hopefully he's a bit more prepared today.
Going to see another one of those for sure.
100% going to see a Yorker again. Be interesting to see if Millen will go to a lap tactic. Sort of something that Oberspinner did yesterday. He went down into Drysdale's ball and sort of just flicked it over the square leg region. He sort of meets the ball right up there. I mean, Syed Abdullah's not that kind of guy. He's not built that way. He's going to look to try and hit the ball straight over Najaf if he misses the length. As you can see, he's probably batting on about 2 leg at the moment, so he's hoping to get some sort of length that he can just hit over Najaf Shah's head. But here we go, yet another super over.
Yet another super over. Najib Shah comes in full straight. There's some width on it. He slices it, but there is a sweeper cover. Going to keep it to 1. Thinking about 2. No, they settle for the 1.
Good piece of fielding out there. That's the standards they sort of want or wanted in their minor league campaign.
Again, pressure it either turns you to dust or it creates diamonds. And right now, the Cavaliers showing that they have some diamonds in the group. Great fielding there. Najib Shah showing some great bowling. Now, Milind Kumar, again, struggled for the majority of the day. Didn't really have the greatest of times.
Yeah.
What can he do? All that can be forgiven with this super over. If he can put a couple boundaries away, put some scoreboard pressure on the Cavaliers, could just change the whole outlook of the match. Full straight down the legs, could be taken by the wicket, and it is! We talked about the fielding, has been subpar today though. Right now, that catch taken, huge wicket, puts you under pressure. The second ball in, Milind Kumar not in the groove today, just flicks it over, a diving catch, comes forward. I believe it's Richard Allen.
Richard Allen with a great catch.
He's taking a phenomenal catch.
Phenomenal. Looks like Jonathan Foo's coming in. Najaf Shah holding his hamstring. That doesn't look good.
Never a good sign. Again, he's got a boldy over.
Great change this. Again, unfortunately, in a super over, you would like to know what you are chasing. But in this situation, the Philadelphians are caught setting a total. Losing Milind Kumar, I think it was kind of brave from Najaf Shah leaving his mid-wicket in.
But it paid off.
Did pay off, and it's down to these two to try and get them to at least 10 runs and over. So 10 runs in this over, I beg your pardon, and get the Cavs chasing 11 runs. Gives you a bit of a buffer to at least go for a boundary in the over. But I think it's down to Syed Abdullah.
Yeah, he's going to be on strike here. And again, Jonathan Foo, we know what he can do finishing games off. But my goodness.
Umpires coming together again. I'd love to know what this conversation's about. The ball definitely did. Oh, they're speaking about if they crossed or not.
Yeah, you can see Najib Shah asking that question as well. Did he cross?
Impossible that they crossed.
They were very, very quick.
They didn't cross. They didn't cross.
The umpires are saying that they did. They're going to let Syed Abdullah on strike.
They didn't cross.
And it hung in the air, didn't hang in the air for that long.
No, it didn't. He hit it straight to a wicket. They didn't cross.
It looked like Milind Kumar was actually planted in his crease as well. It didn't look like he made any movements down the ground.
Yeah, they didn't cross at all.
That is the decision from the two umpires.
But anyway,
but all that can be.
They just needed something to stay in the game, did the umpires?
Here we go, Najib Shah coming in to Syed Abdullah. Can Tank get some runs? Ooh. Full straight again, perfect Yorker, straight to the man in short cover.
Bowled.
That's 2 runs from 3 balls. He's not giving them anything, Najib Shah.
It's been unbelievable. 9 unbelievable deliveries bowled by Najib Shah. He's continued to do this. He's flexing his hamstring a little bit. Well, I think his quad slightly sore. I don't think he can complete this over. Hands on his knees. He needs some time. Yet more dramatics here at Church Street Park. Fantastic, fantastic.
Again, Najib Shah, he's hands on knees at the moment. He's grimacing in pain. A very obvious limp as you see him walk off. Who do they hand the ball to? You got to figure maybe Umaid Asif, who has a lot of experience.
Mr. Iron Man.
Mr.
Love
Iron
to see
Man.
Mr. Iron Man bowl this ball.
But how about a turning point in the match? Najib Shah's bowled such a good over in the final one. So far, a great over.
Bowled 9 unbelievable deliveries.
And now you have Umaid Asif, who you know has a lot of experience, has bowled in Pakistan in the PSL, but he hasn't quite been as good as Najib Shah today.
Exactly, especially executing those Yorkers.
If he gives any room to Jonathan Fu will take advantage of it.
100%, yes.
And never easy to pick up things in the middle of an over, especially an over like this where all the pressure's on. You know the batsmen are going to come down and come big.
Yes. That's 3 massive deliveries. It's all down to execution.
And the first 3 deliveries have only resulted in 2 runs. But similarly enough, the Raptors as well. The first 3 deliveries only resulting in 2 runs.
2 runs, yeah.
It was a late flurry from Archibald at the end.
Never out of it. 3 big balls coming. Here we go.
Oh, it's a full toss, and how has he messed that one up? It felt like it looked like got a bit of a top edge as well on it.
That's good keeping by Prabhu.
Great keeping there. Could have easily gone through him for 4, but Jonathan Fu's going to feel as if he missed out on that one.
100%. That's great keeping. The Cavs really turning up in the field here when it's required. I mean, in my opinion, the hardest job in cricket is being a wicket keeper, and that was a great piece of keeping. Never easy with a ball bouncing in front of you. Smith Patel smiling at me here. I would never want to be a wicket keeper. You end up starting your career with straight fingers, you end up with crooked fingers. So no thank you to that.
Well, he's done a great job here, Prabhu. Keeping the gloves down, taking them in his hands. Here we go, just 3 runs from the first 4. This one's short, he's found an inside edge, didn't get all of it, and it's just gonna be a single. So 4 from 5 now, 1 ball to go, and they need a 6 to get to double figures.
Tank has really missed out there, as you can see, swinging his bat in disgust, because he knew that's his area and that's his zone. He's known for putting those type of lengths way out of grounds. Slightly frustrated, but this has been a great outcome for the Cavs. After a mid-over bowling change.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen once you switch bowlers.
You never ever do.
Especially in a super over with Najib Shah, who's bowled tremendously. But Umaid Asif, he hasn't let any slack go.
No, he has not.
He's come in and has been on the money.
What a game this is. Yet another game for the Cavs that has been close.
He's going short here. He's taken 3rd man back and he's brought in his long off. It's just another bluff. It's another full toss. It's going to be at least 1. They should push for 2.
Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
Throw comes in nicely, but it's away from the stumps.
No, not a good throw, unfortunately, but yes.
Only 6 runs, though, Dane.
7 to win.
7 to win.
But what did Najib Shah do?
The same thing. It was 7 to win in the final over of regulation.
Are we going to a boundary count?
And the boundary count reads as follows. 21 for the Philadelphians, 20 for the Somerset Cavaliers. So the Philadelphians have the edge in the boundary count.
They do.
My goodness, Dane. Who's going to come out and bowl for the Philadelphians now?
I think they've got to go to Mr. Experience compared to yesterday. I think they'll probably go to Liam Plunkett.
I agree with you there.
Most probably go to Liam.
Kerry McGore didn't really bowl today either. It was more bowler by committee, and I think Liam Plunkett is the guy for the Somerset Cavaliers with the bat. Richard Allen, to me, has to be at least one of the three. Where do you go from there? Do you send out your Chandrapal Hemraj, big hitting?
Yes.
And that creates the left, Richard Allen and Chandrapal Hemraj, both lefties. And then you can have maybe an Xavier Marshall, be a right-hander there. When you talk about big hitters, Umaid Asif has been able to connect on a few. But to me, I think it comes down to Xavier Marshall, Richard Allen, and Chandrapal Hemraj as my guys.
Call. I would do the same thing, yes. I would definitely do the same thing. It looks like Liam is busy warming up to bowl, so he will definitely be bowling it.
Again, like the move, he hit those Yorkers, bowls those slow runs really nicely with the flick of the wrist. Also digs it into the wicket as well. Going to rely on all that experience. They can't afford to lose another game here at Chershi to an inter-division rival.
Yes.
Again, both in the Eastern Division. It's a very tight Eastern Division, very strong Eastern Division. You don't want to fall behind in run rate in the head-to-head matchup.
Definitely.
And after a loss there for the Philadelphians yesterday in a close manner, they don't want to come out on the wrong end of another super over. And they love to give the Somerset Cavaliers down to 0-5, basically taking them out of any playoff hopes.
And I know a couple of Eastern Conference teams will be watching this game quite closely and will be hoping to eliminate one of those teams. So they were hoping for the Philadelphians to get over the line here. Because if they give the Cavs an opportunity to get back in, create some sort of rhythm, it's going to be close because they do play one more game than other conferences. I do know, playing in the Eastern Conference last year, they do play one more game than that we do in the Southern Conference. So it's going to be close.
Absolutely.
It's going to be close.
You talked about not letting teams get back in. Empire State last year was kind of down in the dumps to start off, and then finishes one of the best teams and all of them the favorites coming into championship weekend. So again, anything can happen. You want to bury a team while they're down. The Philadelphians have this opportunity to do it to the Cavaliers. Again, Liam Plunkett going to come out. It's just who you signed out with the opening. I think you got one right-hander and Xavier Marshall. Who's a left-hander? Is it going to be Hemraj or is it going to be Richard Allen?
I think I would go with Richard Allen. He showed good form. Man's got 50 today, so you'll probably be seeing the ball well. Probably end up going with him, trying to have that left-right-hand combination. But at the end of the day, we don't know. We don't know. I mean, it's their decision to make, thankfully. We were quite clinical in our decision-making. With the two batters that were out there, I said, listen, they got to stay and do it. And then we had Lahiru padded up. So we were quite clinical in our decision-making. And it looks like Xavier Marshall's standing out there. Thankfully for the Cavs, it's not a big total as like 14, 15 that they have to get. So they don't have to get two boundaries, a 6 and a 4 early on and try to win it. So they're going to need everybody here now. The Philly boys are going to need everyone. And it's Chandrapal Hemraj and Mr. Xavier Marshall to come out and try to get these runs.
Again, for Philly, they're a good fielding side, but a lot of pressure now. Again, 7 from 6.
We at least need 2 dot balls in this over.
Absolutely. A boundary in the over basically kills it. And if Xavier Chandrapal can get one of these early boundaries, you feel very confident as you're the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers, at this stage, would have to be in front of the game. But with Liam Plunkett with the ball in hand, anything can happen. And we're in a super over. Dan, we've just been gifted a treat of a match here.
It's a great game of cricket, this. It's all down to Plunky to try and win this game. So interesting to see where it goes. If he goes length, if he goes Yorker.
We're interesting to see again lefty on strike to start us off, and going to see if that throws anyone off a little bit. But again, he has all the deliveries in the book, hits the Yorker quite nicely. He likes to dig it in back of a length. And again, that slower ball. I think you're going to see all 3 basically utilized in this over. You don't want to get too predictable with Chandrapal Hemraj or Xavier Marshall, because once they pick up on what you're doing, they're very good at adjusting and playing different shots around the ground.
It's worth the risk maybe to get an extra fielder in. Five guys in the ring, try to get a dot ball early. But he's definitely protecting the leg side. Millen looks to be staying in the ring. So the whole leg side plus fine legs up. The big thing about Chandrapal Hemraj, he does like the ball back of a length. He does play that Quinton de Kock kind of pickup shot. over square leg, behind square leg. So he'll be hoping they bowl that there.
And it's with the angle too.
With
He's
the
coming
angle
around
too,
the
so
wicket, Liam Plunkett.
Maybe Liam would try and play a wide sort of slower ball, breaking away from Chandrapal Hemraj. But here we go.
Here we go indeed. It's angled in. It's a Yorker. It's
a good
dug
start.
out well. And it is just going to be one. So again, 6 from 5.
Here we go.
Xavier Marshall now in the middle.
The key part as a bowler is just to keep your head nice and clear and kind of execute to the best of your ability and not try to have a clustered mind of thinking, where should I go, where should I go? So the decision has to be made at the top of your mark where you want to be bowling.
Third man's coming in. It looks like they're going to send out a deep point. No hesitation there. Brought an extra man from the leg side over to the off. Just like they're going to cloud up that point region, send someone into a cover inside the circle. Bringing in a backward score like he's inside the circle. So the only man outside on the leg side looks to be your fine leg.
Point back. Third man up. Wide Yorker. Wide Yorker. Yes, finer. Third man, finer. Third man, finer. Liam's waving at you. There we go. Well responded. Hand up.
And the tactics on full
Wide
display
Yorker
here.
here. They're going to try to get Xavier Marsh, maybe just to flay a couple down to Drysdale, the deep point. Interesting to see if they don't get 2 from this.
The call for a wide Yorker.
Oh!
Straight. There is a mid-wicket they put in place. They're going to push for 2.
Barrier. That's 1.
Just 1.
Game on still.
Again, the Philadelphians very sharp in the field. They're quick to get the ball in their hands, quick to get rid of it as well. And Somerset not the quickest between the wickets either. Again, make it 5 from 4 now. Inching towards that boundary count.
The most underrated ball in world cricket, the low full toss.
There's also that bluff that you're talking about. Everyone expecting that wide Yorker, at least a ball that's outside of his reach. Instead, comes into him and just dig it out for just 1.
You'll never hear batters in the nets ask the coach, "Coach, can you just throw me some low full tosses, please?" They're scared the coach might just fling a beamer at them.
Liam Plunkett into Hemraj. He gets a hold of this one. Has he got all of it? No fielder there.
Boom,
and he takes it. And it is the dot ball you're looking for. It looked like Hemraj might have gotten it at first. Mario Ramprasad with a jump. He's picked out. It looks like Jonathan Fu in the deep.
Face off. He has a big decision to make. Who's going to follow him? Might be Richard Allen. Looks like it.
Has to be Richard Allen. Scored 67 from 33. At a 200 strike rate. But that brings the equation to now 5 from 3. That's a huge dot ball and a huge wicket.
Massive dot ball. Can't afford to just swing it out. Let's see if they try to take it to the last ball, because if you swing it out here, the game's basically, the game is done. And then the ground staff here at Church Street Park can start rolling the pitch. So it's interesting. It's amazing how the surface is played. 5 days, or this is the 5th game, I think. Yes. 5th game of the weekend. Pitches played beautifully, high scores. What a game we have.
What a game we have indeed. And it is Richard Allen, but he's going to be at the non-strike. It'll be Xavier Marshall, because they did cross.
Yes.
Definite time to cross on this occasion.
Syed Abdullah shouting from long off. Catch it now, catch it now. So he believes the chance is going to come, with one of the batters trying to swing for the boundary.
Where do they go?
Milan Kumar shouting at the fielders to make a mark. Everything gets frantic.
Everything gets frantic in the super
Grown
over.
men get shouted at. You think about yourself, you think about how execution is, the captaincy, grey has come. It's all for protecting runs. Here we go.
5 from 3. It's
Bang.
again a full toss. Mid-wicket is there. And it's just going to be 1.
4 from 2. Good fielding.
Again,
brilliant fielding.
Brilliant, like you said, the throw right on cue, collection on point. 4 from 2 now. Absolutely superb in the field, the Philadelphians. Absolutely superb from Liam Plunkett. And Richard Allen, the new man, he's getting to see some of the action. Again, he's someone who will swing if he sees the delivery.
Yes.
Can't afford to lose his wicket. He loses his wicket here, the game's over.
4 from 2?
4 from 2.
4 from 2. Let's make a call here. What do you think? Inside edge 4?
I think that would
Chop
be...
onto the stumps? Top edge to Syed Abdullah? What's the call?
Everything is on offer here, Dane.
Maybe it's an off-cutter Malinga style to Shardul Thakur in the one IPL final. No one saw that slow ball coming.
No one saw that slower ball coming. No one saw that decision to come so quickly either.
Exactly.
Worked out.
Or maybe a dodgy wide call from the umpire.
It all could happen. All happening at the moment.
Oh!
Ramp shot there. Has he beaten the man in the deep?
Drysdale's got there.
He has. They're going to push
Is it run on chance? Is it run on chance? Oh my goodness!
I think he's
That's
made it.
out.
Oh, he's giving
That's
it.
Done.
And that is the
Unlucky.
match. Richard Allen. Richard Allen could knock it in. I'm not sure about the call, but that is the call. Richard Allen could knock it in. And this time the Philadelphians on the right side of the super over. They are celebrating. Liam Plunkett delivers a beautiful over. Innovation from
Syed
Richard
Abdullah
Allen.
giving something to Richard Allen as he's lying on the floor. It's all happening.
It's all happening.
Couple of choice words thrown at Richard Allen.
And how about this? They defend 7 in a super over.
Unbelievable.
It's an unbelievable game of cricket. We had 2 exciting matches, one last night and another super over today. And again, the wickets at the end. Liam Plunkett was clinical. Again, we thought Najaf Shah bowled terrific, and he not being able to complete his over, I don't think really affected the whole game.
Xavier Marshall's going to feel pretty sad not hitting those low full tosses for 6. But again, that's the nature of the game. The opportunities were there, weren't quite taken. And at the end of the day, the Philadelphians getting over the line.
They get
In my
over.
opinion, it should have just been a tie. Split the points. We wasted 4 hours, but split the points. Each team go on their way. That was a great game of cricket. Fantastic game of cricket.
An absolutely fantastic game of cricket. A pleasure to watch, a pleasure to call. And again, another heartbreaking loss for the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. This time, though, elation on the side of the Philadelphians. Again, Liam Plunkett delivering a beautiful over, defending 7 in a super over. Never easy to defend a single-digit total in a super over, but he's done just that, relying on all of his experience. An absolutely phenomenal game. You can see Nate Hayes, our buddy, he's taking pictures. He knows how big this moment is. Dane, what a match.
What a match. What a game of cricket. A fantastic, fantastic spectacle here at Church Street Park. The game of cricket always gives you something. Always gives you something.
Always gives you something, and there's one more match to come, so don't go anywhere. It's been a fantastic time calling this morning match. One more happening here at Church Street Park. Want to thank you guys for watching, everyone who's tuned in at any time. Thanks to the production team, Babar Bhai, Junaid, you had Khalid Bhai and Aaron as well, all the crew. Dane, thank you so much. Myself, Aman Patel, we'll see you back here now just in 30 minutes for the start of the match between the Atlanta Lightning and the Manhattan Yorkers.
I'm moving my static camera, okay?